and we were involved in housing development as well as assisting first-time homebuyers throughout the state of New York, and we'll get back to that later in the commentary. And heading up New York State's first minority women's business program and New York City's first MWBE program, we were able to make certain strides that have not been consistent over the many years, but at least getting this topic on the table has been a very important part. Just a few comments I wanted to make, and I didn't use my phone like everybody else. I just wrote it down. But history repeats, but it doesn't have to, and we shouldn't really want to turn back the clock. And it's remarkable that a report that came out some 86 years ago is still relevant to this day. And keep in mind perspective, and many people here, I'm sure everybody has their consciousness with respect to history, which is that history really depends, how we understand history depends on what we particularly desire to focus upon. So we hear about the Harlem Renaissance, and we hear about all the good things that were going on. There's the Cotton Club going on, and you had Langston Hughes and all that stuff. Well, this report was written during the Harlem Renaissance, and so all of the depredations against black people and all of the concerns that you see, referenced in the report were going on through the so-called black, Harlem Renaissance, and which is not to denigrate the memory of the Harlem Renaissance. There's a lot of cultural issues that were addressed and popularizing themes and obviously names that we know come out of the Harlem Renaissance, but people who still were in cold water flats. We still were seeing the police misconduct of the type that is recited in this report, and here we are in 2022, and we have to ask ourselves really just how much has changed. And so when we look at Harlem, and a note that I wanted to make mention is that problems can only be solved when we acknowledge their existence in the first place. And what kind of problems are we speaking of? Well, for one, is that when we looking at housing and land use needs, we have to be more focused on what is as opposed to what was. So 3 things I would mention, and I'll close out for the moment on this. One is to reconfigure public housing. We have a tremendous stock of public housing throughout the Harlem community, and discussions of like treating like Cabrini Green in Chicago or some tearing down these edifices certainly makes no sense. But what we can talk about is ways in which the people who are currently tenants in these various public housing actually get an ownership right of some sort, some type of cooperative, some type of way that, thank you, timing was exquisite on that. Some way that people can have ownership. It would cost less in the long run than trying to rebuild housing in places. They're not making any more of Manhattan, much less any more of Harlem. And so, we have to be creative with respect to that. The second is that collaborative development. There are developments that have been proposed in Harlem, and a number of them, several of them have come through, a number of them have not, because, and I would, respectfully submit that no is not a policy. Okay, just no, we don't want no, we don't want anything. We want Harlem to stay the way it was, the way it is, and which is not going to be the case. Anybody who's familiar with the history of Manhattan, in particular, knows that this island has been a scenario, a stage for change over the years. The Harlem that we see now isn't the Harlem that was there 50 years ago. Times Square wasn't always Times Square. And the list kind of goes on in terms of what Harlem is supposed to look like going forward. And so I've seen, I'm sure some of us are familiar with, various types of proposals for development in Harlem, which does include affordable housing. Now, we can make an argument over what affordable is, but the idea of no just is not particularly useful. And then finally, and this really, it relates to land use and housing, has to do with services here in this community. And we need to hold elected officials accountable when it comes to services. It's not just, it's not just magic that trash pickup is different here than it is on East 79th Street and Park Avenue. It's not just magic, whether we're looking at the educational system, we're looking at criminal justice, we're looking at environmental concerns, we're looking at a gymnasium just right down the street that is in poor condition compared to what we see, let's say, in Asphalt Green or someplace else in Manhattan. And we have elected officials who are very adept at putting people's names on street signs. And I would dare say we have more in the Harlem community, any place I know in the city. But when it comes to the services, people need to be held accountable. So I'll just leave it at that for now. And thank you. And my campaign begins next week. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Wallace. Our next panelist is Mia Charlene White, who is Assistant Professor of Urban and Environmental Studies at the New School, where she teaches courses on race, geography, and space-making practices in communities of color. Mia's work explores the relationship between land and housing justice as she co-leads the Housing Justice Lab at the New School. She's originally from Queens and did her PhD in urban planning at MIT, her Master's of International Affairs at Columbia, and her bachelor's degree in anthropology at SUNY Stony Brook. Mia.
Thank you. It is really a special invitation to be here with you all. So I just want to thank Commissioner Toole and the organizers of the Harlem Revisited Conference, the New York City Department of Records and Information Services, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Strategic Initiatives, the NYC McSilver Institute, and last but not least, the Schomburg Center. This is a very important and special place to be in to have this conversation. As you all know, Schomburg was a Black Puerto Rican of African and German descent who rejected the idea that Black people had no history, heroes, or accomplishments. And so we sit here in that legacy. He is profoundly important. And also because he was Puerto Rican, I just also hope that we send our prayers to the people of Puerto Rico who are suffering under the impact of Hurricane Fiona and unprecedented flooding and landslides, and also just not even really having recovered from Hurricane Maria, and a history of exploitation and marginalization that spans many decades, which I think we all know about. So thank you to each of my fellow panelists. I'm learning a lot from you, and I'm honored to be here. So I just want to offer a couple of observations about the housing report. And I'm guided by the question that had been offered to us: what if the report had been released and implemented in the 1930s? What if that report had actually been released? What might be different in Harlem today? And just as a footnote, I am from Queens. I was raised in my earlier childhood by my grandma, my Black grandma, who spent some time in Harlem, and she used to tell me stories. But anyway, so I can't claim Harlem cred. I'm not trying to. I'm from Queens, but I'm here with all respect. Anyway, okay. So in order to reimagine what might be different, I relied on two key mentions in the report, which I read over very, very closely. One, the first line, back then, was that residents found that next to employment, finding a suitable place to live was literally the most serious problem affecting Black people in Harlem, okay? And two, residents experienced that the lack of care, ethical planning, and maintenance of the neighborhood, the space around their homes, related to how one experienced their value and their well-being, meaning, the street, the sidewalk, the, sanitation, lights. So the report references these as issues that made people feel vulnerable and exploited, as if their civic and municipal leaders had either forgotten about them or maybe they just didn't matter to them. So either way, it's a disinvestment in the well-being of Black people in Harlem, and that was very clear in the report. So it revealed to me a very complex rendering of the relationship between housing and environment, right, where we're thinking expansively about housing and environment. So for me, it was really, I started to think theoretically because I am an educator, and I started to think about if I took this report deeply seriously, whether I could discern a theory of Black spatial life in the report by these authors that organically was making the connection and asking the reader to confront the connection between these two, housing and proximate public infrastructure as the total environment, and that the cycles of high rent, low employment, problematic maintenance of building stock, police violence, the lack of public investment in equitable redevelopment, all of that as functions and symptoms of historic, racist, structural inequality. This, I think, is what the report is asking us to sit with. And we know that these continue to be realities. So Black homes still face structural disinvestment, ranging from neglected maintenance to redlining, still appraisals and mortgages, they still face a greater likelihood of living in proximity to pollution or to deteriorating or problematic public infrastructure. And so for me, what the report demands is that we see the relationship again between the two, between housing and the environment. And the focus group findings themselves confirm this. So I don't want to just repeat to you what you already know. I want to also mirror that the people of Harlem have fought back. And I want to take the liberty of highlighting two approaches of community-based organizations that I'm familiar with that are doing this work today that I believe that the report was demanding be done back then. So on the issue for the need for large-scale, in perpetuity, affordable housing, which was one of the demands of the report, we have the East Harlem El Barrio Community Land Trust, which is in fact fighting to create permanently affordable community-managed housing through this model called the Community Land Trust. And that directly challenges market-based assumptions that say, hey, whoever has the most money can have the most security. Community Land Trust, and this one, the El Barrio, is making the hard link between housing and environment, and they're saying, no, everyone has to have a place to live. That is what the authors of this report said, that this is, in fact, a deeply profound, fundamental requirement for Black life. And then on the issue of public infrastructure, which is also mentioned in the report, I wanted to highlight the work of the West Harlem Environmental Action Group. Peggy Shepard is a longtime leader of We Act, right here in Harlem, has stated certain communities are targeted for pollution, literally targeted for pollution. And we know who they are. They are Black and brown communities. At the same time, indoor air pollution, which we don't really think of as environmental, right? Indoor air pollution is a profound and very serious challenge for disenfranchised residents, including the Black residents of Harlem then and now. And so I'm sharing with you this sort of profound attachment. It's a Black geographic point of view that insists that we see the interior and the exterior as inextricably linked, the environment and housing, these overlapping social, economic, and ecological vulnerabilities of Black life that are laid out in the report. So just to close really quick, the linking of these two ideas in the housing report, they presaged the work that we see going on in Harlem right now, where we think of housing justice and environmental justice as the fair and equal treatment of all people in all communities where the environment is understood to be our neighborhoods, where we live, eat, play, sleep, work, worship, and go to school. That's the environment. That's the total environment. So in some ways, what we see today, we see the ways in which this interesting and beautiful historical archive, this report, sets the stage for understanding how Black social movements in Harlem continue to fight back and wrestle with this ongoing reality. These are political questions, as has already been shared, and they're shaped by resource hoarding and exploitation. But I think my students and I, we feel enlivened by the important work we see here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have some questions that come from both the report and your reflections. One of the things that I noticed in reading the report was, and I think that folks touched on this, was that it seemed evergreen, right? Like it could have happened today. Yet, I'm not necessarily sure that that's that the report did justice in framing itself, not attached to what was happening, at that moment in time. The policies that existed, the history that was going on. If we take the lens back, what was happening, and I know, Flores, you mentioned this, but not only what was happening at that moment, but do those policies still exist? Do we see the same events happening, the same situations happening, because those policies still exist? And also, I guess the second part of that question is, this happened at a time where there was really, very little in terms of Black elected representation. And now we see much more, including a Black mayor, Black public advocate, Black attorney general, here in New York State. So how has that affected the situation?
I just wanted to take the second part first, because Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Was a member of the city council, probably in the 40s, okay, and the only black congressman from New York City going into the end of his term, and then when Charles Rangel was there. So, there was certainly very few black city council members, and the list kind of goes on. We have today, as you just pointed out, which is important, we have a black mayor, we have a black speaker of the city council, we always have black city council members, the list kind of goes on. So the question has to be, okay, if indeed there's an institutional and governmental basis for the issues that are reflected in this report in 1936, and here we are, as I said, some 86 years later with a very different cast of characters, okay, and very different cast of characters and very different color of characters, and yet we're not seeing the kind of progress, as you again pointed out. It's like Groundhog Day all over again. And here we are looking at these same situations, and it goes back to what I mentioned before. And I'll just end on this: is that if you don't hold elected officials accountable, then how are you going to possibly complain about what's going on? Okay, because that's really the only recourse we have. Nobody's marching on City Hall anytime soon, and we're not going to do a January 6th routine or anything like that. So we go through the electoral process, we go through the governmental process, but if the people who are in the governmental process are not laser focused on what's in this, it was mentioned in this report, and now it still exists to this very day, we're going to come back 86 years from now. Well, some of us maybe, and we're still, sadly, going to be saying the same thing again. So accountability. We need to know what to ask for, and then we need to demand that those asks are acknowledged and people act on them.
Yeah, one of the things that I wrote about this in my first book, which is about the Black Panther Party, was that these issues always involve the police in many instances, right? And so it becomes this issue of the police and what is their actual purpose. Now, one of the things that the Panthers framed was that the police are an occupying force, right? The stop and frisk tactics, I believe if you looked at a playbook from the Vietnam War, you would have seen the United States military doing the same thing in Vietnam. So I believe that there's probably not a conversation about the behavior of this institution and what motivates this institution. Now, I know you can say, well, white supremacy is a great manifestation of police, but you have a lot of black policemen. Well, in England, they use neo-colonialism. They would use black policemen to police their subjects, or whether it was India or in India, right? So I think that that's a main issue that isn't being discussed. About that, yes, there's people talk about gun violence and crime, that sort of thing. But when you look at the consistency, and there is some information on the website that talks about all of the different incidents going all the way back to Tulsa, that were triggered by police interaction here. And I guess it happened, in 1946? It happened in Watts. It happened all over in most of the major cities, to the point where most black people believed there was a conspiracy. And in the 1960s, an author named John A. Williams wrote a book called The Man Who Cried I Am. And in that book, he came up with this supposed to be a fictional scenario. It was a plan called the King Alfred Plan. And in the King Alfred Plan, the concentration camps that were used to house the Japanese during World War II were going to be refurbished, and that during the rebellions of the 60s, most of the black people who were arrested were going to be taken and housed in these plants. Now, this wasn't true, but what happened is John A. Williams spread this message out. He put it on the seats of the subways here in New York and all over the place. Gil Scott-Heron wrote a song about it. Everybody started talking about it because it was so unbelievable that, you know, people just, it had to be true. So I think that, you know, that's an aspect of our lives. And that's the aspect of the terror that we live under. Sure, we get up and walk around and we do what we do every day, but there's a significant amount of terror that goes on, you know, in this country. And it manifests itself in that type of behavior that triggers these events. And then there's another report written. Probably the longest one was the Kerner Commission report. I don't know if people are familiar with that, but that was a report that said the United States has a problem, and it's about race.
Anyone else?
I'll just say quickly that you're right about the terror, and it made me think about my father because you mentioned Vietnam. You know, my dad was a young black man who was getting into trouble, and the solution at that time was to force him to enlist in the Army. And then what happened to him and so many other young black GIs is that they're sent out to fight people that they don't know anything about. And what he experienced there, which really leads me to my work today, was you have a really racist military infrastructure that sprayed Agent Orange all on these young people, including my father, in order to defoliate the trees, in order so that it would be easier to kill Vietnamese villagers. But this Agent Orange also fell on people, on Vietnamese people, and on black people like my father. And so the terror is absolutely, it's historical, and it's with us today. I love your work on the Black Panther movement, and I only wanted to add that which connects to my own work, is, the Black Panther movement is so instructive for us, and in particular for me, the black women who created the community food networks and the community medical, sickle cell testing and community education. And so the terror continues, and it is a force, to be sure. And then we see these mutual aid approaches that persist around the world and also closer to home with this history. So, and I think that we also see that here in Harlem, and I think it can be challenging to perhaps for some people to take, what appear to be fledgling approaches seriously, because you're thinking about the gigantic structural force of market, rate housing, of capitalism, et cetera, and so forth. And you're like, well, how's a little community land trust gonna really fight, market rate housing, houses? And the answer is it is fighting. It is fighting, and it is a mutual aid approach. What I brought here, this is my old copy, speaking of being environmental and not printing out. This is the 2017 New York City Co-op and Solidarity Economy Directory. You can get this, search it up online, Cooperative Economics of New York City. You can get the uplift. I mean, there are 2,000 organizations, in here. And so when my students start to get sad and a little bit even nihilistic because of the way that they are narrated in the media, the way that their futures are narrated in the media, it can feel sort of like we don't have anywhere to go, really. I mean, the force of capitalism, of anti-blackness, of police brutality, can really feel like, well, what is the point? And so what I try to do is I try to redirect, and I point to what people are doing to survive. The work that people are doing to survive is the point, and we can continue to learn from them.
Something else that struck me in reading this was parallels to what you hear regarding NYCHA, right? And it was a part where they talked about the protesting to fix the housing code violations that go unheeded, fire escapes, cellars, faulty plumbing. Tenants are on relief, right? So they get government assistance, and they don't have the means to fix the issues. So how does, and I know that we have one panelist here who worked for NYCHA, but just in thinking about that and thinking about how, the other parallel that I see is so much of the housing that we're talked about in this report were built for other folks, right? And then when they essentially didn't want to live there anymore, and mostly because it was worn out, right? Blacks inherited the substandard and often inhumane housing conditions. So, yeah.
So I can jump in there, and I think before I speak to that, I think also just to speak to the last point around, you know, the role of police and communities. I think, and this also again goes into housing, right? Like this incident, right, led to, you know, this unrest that was about more than just the relationship with the police, but ultimately housing and jobs, and right, and we see this over and over and over again. And so, you know, in thinking about the role of police and communities and in these flashpoints that happen and how they sort of unravel all of the other legitimate grievances communities have, I think the reverse of that is also thinking about what those grievances are and how those actually then create safe communities, right? So the housing and the jobs and the opportunity, right? Those are the things that create safe communities, as well as self-determination, right? So if you're thinking about whether it's the Black Panthers or the Nation of Islam here in Harlem, or the community development movement here in Harlem, in the South Bronx and Bed-Stuy, and right, like that level of self-determination, I think, is also a really important part of the formula for not only safe communities, but thriving communities. So to housing. You know, I think what's interesting about the point, and I think this speaks to what you raised earlier about the context, you know, this report is only 2 years after LaGuardia established public housing, right? Which public housing was established, and I mean, Harlem River is only a few years after this report, 1937. So, you know, public housing was established to solve the exact problems that this report outlines, the lack of heat, the substandard conditions, the rent burden, right? All of the conditions that we saw not only with Black New Yorkers, but many New Yorkers, immigrants, right? White immigrants who were living in the slums of the Lower East Side, et cetera. All of the housing challenges that we had in our city, there are many solutions to them, but public housing was one of those solutions. And you see this significant investment from the federal government in public housing, not only here in New York City, which really became like the crown jewel, a national model for public housing, but also across the country. And public housing housed not only many Black families and Latino families, but also many white New Yorkers. And you start to see public housing become increasingly majority, almost exclusively, right, Black and Latino in the 1960s. You also align that with like the financial crisis of New York City, the lack of investment in many of the communities, right, public housing or not, that communities like Harlem. And then when you get to the 90s and the 2000s and to the present day, you see a steady decline of federal investment in public housing. And I think, you know, what you've seen and how this is manifested in New York is nearly $40 billion in capital needs, right, to make sure that buildings are in good repair. And this is not something that happened overnight, but it's certainly, which also means it's something that can't be solved overnight, but it's certainly something that is a priority to address. You know, public housing is the most, in my opinion, the most critical affordable housing asset we have in this city. And public housing residents, of which my mother was one, and lived in the tenements in Chelsea, which were demolished and then moved to Eastchester houses, which was like an amazing opportunity for her and her family in the 1950s, right? They also have been an engine for economic mobility for many, many New Yorkers, and their subsequent generations like myself. So, you know, I think the fact that the creation of public housing and other forms of housing and other federal investments and involvement in housing in part came from the conditions you described, and then to be here in 2022, right, and those same conditions exist in many of the types of housing that were designed to be the solution, I think speaks to not only what we value, but who we value, right? And who lives in this housing, not just here in New York, but nationally, and why it is not a national conversation that many Americans, many of color, right, majority of color, are living in housing environments, which in many ways, you know, at multiple levels, right, that we have not given the attention and investment that they need. I'm encouraged that, you know, in this administration, public housing is a priority. It's a priority in our city's housing plan. Right, there are a variety of initiatives underway, including leveraging the power of Section 8 to really invest in the buildings, as well as investing in the people, so that this generation and future generations can benefit from public housing and Section 8 housing that is long-term affordable, but also that is ultimately the housing that New Yorkers deserve. So I'll pause there. But you know, it really is a full circle moment to revisit this report in the time that we are now. But fortunately, there is some forward momentum.
All right, I think we're going to look to see if we have any questions from the audience. All right. Yeah, this is several questions. The first is for Dr. Forbes. How do you reconcile the issues of housing and your role in the development of Columbia's Manhattanville campus?
As they said in the intro, I used to work at Columbia. But I was recruited to work on the Manhattanville expansion plan as an urban planner, and we were building a campus, okay, in an area that was zoned for light manufacturing. And there were maybe 200 residents. Were actually there were 200 houses. Most of them were special needs housing or affordable housing that were connected to Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement and West Harlem Group Assistance. And we developed a deal with them and the city and the state that we would, on our dime, find land in the community, build new housing on our dime, and assist everyone with relocation. That's the only connection that that project has had to housing. I know that people talk about the spillover effect and gentrification and that sort of thing. I haven't seen any study or data that actually proves that. No, Columbia is not trying to take over Manhattanville or Grand Houses. That's federal property. So I think that I assume that that's what you're talking about, you know. But the Manhattanville site was declared a blight through the general project plan process with the state. It was a manufacturing site. In fact, matter of fact, all of the light manufacturers that were in the Manhattanville area, we also found them land, built them new stores. They also got a check and they were relocated.
How do we as the public hold those who are in power responsible for essential services?
I'll take that one. First of all, register. Second of all, vote. Third of all, know what you're voting for in the first place. And don't accept the status quo. I mean, just because somebody is an incumbent, there are no lifelong terms that I'm aware of in government. And if you don't like the way things are going, you have really, you can carry a placard around and protest or put it on Instagram or something, or you can vote and make sure that your friends and colleagues and neighbors also vote. The voter participation is not what it should be, because it's not. We focus on the bright shiny object, who's running for president, right, or who's running for mayor or something like that. But the city council, I think we all realize, the city council members have a tremendous amount of power. State legislators and members of these, both the Assembly and the Senate, have access to corridors of power if they use them. Okay, but we do have, we have a black Speaker of the Assembly, and we have a black majority leader of the Senate. So there's not a lot of, and also, do we mention there's a black lieutenant governor? There's just too much black for there not to be more going on. Okay, and but as there's the quote in Julius Caesar, in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, the fault is not in the stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. And so we need to get up and do something about it. And we have the opportunity to do this. This is not Mississippi. We can go out and vote. We can go register people to vote, and we don't have to go with what is now. What is now doesn't have to be what will be. That's up to us.
Can I add a real quick addendum to that? Absolutely vote, and link up with people around you and study the issue and take your own organic knowledge of the issue very seriously. Take yourself seriously and the work of the people around you seriously. This is so important. The very first community land trust in the United States was a black community land trust, speaking of the South, in Albany, Georgia. And the reason that it was started was because black people were voting. So absolutely they were voting, but they were being attacked. So there needed to be some sort of protective solidarity, mutuality approach to both vote and also do the both and thing, which is to support each other and also vote. So look around and understand who is doing the work in your community, and take your own organic knowledge seriously.
So, Bay, you actually must have written this question, because I was looking at a question regarding community land trusts in Southwest Georgia. So you beat us to it. Is there any other styles of collective ownership beyond community land trusts that you think we should be thinking about?
There are cooperatives, there are mutual aid societies. They don't have to be formalized, but I am particularly interested in community land trusts because it's a part of black history, but it's not narrated to us that it's a part of black history. We don't really think of community land trusts as a part of black history. And so it's really my work, it's my labor to help us reframe that. So I happen to be very excited about community land trusts, but there are cooperatives of all kinds, and there are mutual aid societies of all kinds, including beginning, if anybody here is churched, you could think of your congregation as a mutual aid society. So this is an organic approach that is a global approach that does not require a PhD. So, it is something that's accessible to all of us.
All right. Well, I just got this sign that we're out of time. Oh man, look at those groans. So I'd like to thank our panelists for today, and obviously, this is a wide-ranging conversation, but it shows how there's a linkage between all of the subjects we're talking about today, and housing really is a key, right? It's key to our survival, and especially in areas that are undergoing such savage gentrification like this area, right? It's something that's it's going to be a topic we're going to talk about and have to wrestle with for quite a while. So thank you to my panelists, everyone, if we can hear a round of applause to them. Thank you to everyone for joining us today. Thank you.
If we could have the education panelists come on up, we're going to try and start a little quickly because we know everyone is going to talk and it's going to go long. So we're going to assemble the education panel.
We'll be starting right away.
And as soon as they can assemble, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
Oh, it was great, Marco. Was it good? Yeah. Yeah, it was really, it could have gone on for a long time, you know?
What's up, brother? How's it going? It's been a bit.
So I won't tap it. But can you hear me? Good afternoon. Welcome to the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. I am delighted to moderate and be a part of this conversation on education and recreation in Harlem, centered on the 1936 Mayor's Commission report to today. I I invite you to engage, to listen, and we'll go from here. I want to start by introducing my colleagues and dear friends. To my immediate right is Ansley Erickson. Ansley is a historian of education at Teachers College, Columbia University. Hold the mic closer. Closer? Yes. Like this? All right. I hear echo now, but I think we'll be okay. Okay, so, no, it's okay, Ansley. Good thing we're good friends, right? All right. We'll begin again. I'm Terry Watson. No, I'm just joking. But I'm really Terry Watson. This is Ansley Erickson, a historian of education at Teachers College, Columbia University. She co-edited with Ernest Morrell the book Educating Harlem, A Century of Schooling and Resistance in a Black Community. Among other projects, she is working with 3 Harlem high schools on bringing more local history and especially more history of educational activism in Harlem into the curriculum. Next to her is Basil Smikle, Dr. Basil Smikle. He is the Distinguished Lecturer and Director of Public Policy Programs at Hunter College's Roosevelt House Institute of Public Policy. With over 25 years of experience in public service and higher ed, Basil is a frequent commenter on politics and policy on local and national media. And last but surely not least is John Reddick, a longtime Harlem resident, and he has spearheaded several initiatives commemorating African Americans in New York City's parks and public spaces, including monuments to Ralph Ellison, Harriet Tubman, and Frederick Douglass. He is currently the Director of Community Engagement Projects at the Central Park Conservancy. Please give them a round of applause. And again, I'm Terry Watson. I am an Associate Professor of Educational Leadership at the City College of New York and a member of the Urban Education Faculty at the City University of New York's Graduate Center. My research examines effective school leadership and is aimed to improve the educational outcomes and life chances of historically excluded and underserved students and families. I locate my research within 2 theoretical frameworks: critical race theory and Black feminist theories, specifically mother work. As such, for my conversation, I will center the contributions of Black women to education in Harlem. And I'd like to begin by giving you a brief overview of mother work. It comes from the work of Patricia Hill Collins, a sociologist. And in short, mother work is the work that women perform on behalf of our children and other people's children. And for Black women in particular, mother work can be very precarious because Black life is under a constant state of attack, even in the schoolhouse. In fact, schools are amongst the first places that Black children experience racial discrimination, so our advocacy is often felt, whether in our roles as mothers, other mothers, teachers, school leaders, nurses, doctors, or just community activists. We have been active in Harlem's public schools since education, since colored schools, since we arrived to the Americas. African Americans, and again, Black women specifically, have advocated for educational justice for their children. So again, mother work is the work that women perform on behalf of their children and other people's children. And in my latest book project, I was excited to find the work of Gertrude Elise Eyre. Gertrude Elise Eyre was Harlem's first Black woman principal under the current state of testing. She became a principal on February 1st, 1936, after having been a teacher, a community advocate, and she was born in 1884 in what's now Herald Square, and she lived a great deal of her life in Harlem and advocated on behalf of Black women and children throughout her life. And even when she retired from New York City's public schools in 1954, she remained a frequent contributor to the Amsterdam News. She often studied Harlem schools. She was active in engaging parents, and as part of her tenure as principal, during 1936, as you know, we was in the Depression, she not only took part in this report, but she authored it, making note of the deplorable conditions of Harlem schools, yet her own agency compelled her to introduce vocational education into Harlem to ensure that children had free lunch and breakfast. She tried to maintain deep and close ties with family members, meaning she invited them into the classroom. She often had a curriculum that was culturally relevant long before culturally relevant became a key buzzword in 2022. And I must say, looking back at Harlem schools in 1930s to now, not much has changed. In thinking about this conversation, I did a quick look and I noticed that in District 3 on Manhattan's Upper West Side, we have some of the best schools in the nation. But as you know, District 3 is primarily white and Asian students. The income is between middle and high, and Harlem, unfortunately, remains segregated and inherently unequal. Our children are primarily black and brown, and many of them receive free and reduced lunch. And there's lots we can learn from Gertrude Elise Eyre and other Harlem mothers who have long advocated for educational justice. And I just want to point out the advocacy of the Harlem Nine. The Harlem Nine were 9 black women who in 1958, they actually filed New York City's first desegregation suit, charging the board with not only requiring Harlem's children, but even mandating in policy that Harlem's children be regulated to unequal and unfair schooling. I'm going to stop here to give my colleagues a chance to chime in. And if you have questions, please, there are index cards around. Please make note. But again, thank you for listening. And I'm going to turn it over now to Ansley.
Thanks, Terry. Thank you, Terry. I want to thank Commissioner Toole and the organizers and everyone who's making today work, for those of us who are here presently and also online. And I want to thank you, Professor Watson, for being our moderator and leading us in this conversation. It is always a huge honor to be in this house, and I feel really grateful to be able to be here as a guest. I was thinking about, I want to build on a couple of points that Professor Watson just made and then add a few more. One of them is this crucial point about women in the education of children in Harlem throughout the 20th century and to the present, and particularly the advocacy of black women. We can read this report, and you should, it's tremendous. As everybody all day has said, read these pages, see the ways that they resonate with what we know now, be, of course, angered by those constancies over so much time. But the report is in the name of men, right? The people who authored it formally are men. And especially in the education section, we can notice, if we've had the chance to read more like you have, Professor Watson, and like I have, that the knowledge that's conveyed in that report is coming from the work of black women educators. It's women like Gertrude Eyre, who gave testimony to shape this commission's report. It's women like Lucille Spence, who is an unnamed, but now we know, teacher at Wadley High School for Girls and on 114th Street, who gave testimony. It's women like Ella Baker, who was a librarian and then parent advocate in Harlem, in addition to her work that we know well in the South. These are the women who are able to provide the specific details about what's happening in Harlem schools that then get codified in the pages of this report. And that relationship, right, between sort of men's formal knowledge and black women's knowledge through the daily work of being in school spaces probably carries over to other parts of this report too, right? But in the education space, we can really see how much their knowledge and their advocacy shapes what's documented here. Professor Watson also mentioned the Harlem Nine. We are on 135th and Lenox, as everybody knows, thinking about 1935. It was still Lenox and not Malcolm X. Only 2 blocks from here on 135th and St. Nicholas is PS 136, which is the site of one of the junior high schools that was boycotted in the Harlem Nine protest. It's also, I have to say, the place that I had my first classroom as a high school teacher in 2000 to 2002. And so the landscape that's being described in this report is still, for those of us who know these streets, like right here. PS 136 is right there. PS 89, which is across Lenox Avenue, was, as is documented in this report, an overcrowded and decrepit building in 1935, but just a few decades earlier, and probably still then, it was a place where the Black socialist Hubert Harrison would give massive lectures to people in the evenings to be part of public education in Harlem beyond schooling. On 134th Street in the basement of St. Philip's Church, Mildred Johnson is building her own independent Black private school for young children. And on 114th Street at Wadley, Lucille Spence is teaching biology, and she's part of the Harlem Committee of the Teachers Union advocating for better curriculum, better facilities, less segregation, more hiring of Black teachers. This landscape is here. And I want to name it this way because it's not only the landscape that the report rightly points out is a landscape of racist neglect and deprivation of Black institutions, children, and families, but it is also a landscape of all of this creative, inventive work of resistance, right? Lucille Spence deciding to find ways to work in solidarity with other teachers to challenge that system. Other educators choosing to make their own spaces. And so paying attention to education in Harlem, I think, always means paying attention both to the oppressive and to the resistance, right? And it's never a story of only one and not the other. But when I read this report, I want to just point out one other thing, which is that the report is interestingly silent on the question of who's doing this, right? There are really vivid examples of what's wrong and not very much attention to who's in charge. And I think that that's not surprising. If we think about how New York City public education has been governed over the last 120 years, 1935 was a moment when the city's school system was very highly centralized. And we are again in a moment when the city's school system is in a lot of ways very highly centralized. Now through the return in 2002 to mayoral control, which was first advocated for very forcefully under Mayor Bloomberg. And so there's this movement back and forth between very decentralized and very centralized structures in New York City education. But at every point in time, Harlem residents have been pushing hard for a phrase that came up in the earlier panel, for self-determination, right? And especially self-determination in education. So in the 1930s, in addition to noticing all of the conditions that are documented in the report, parents are starting to organize. Ella Baker is key in making this happen, to say we need to challenge not only the conditions in these schools, but the question of who's making decisions about them, that parents need more local control over what happens in Harlem schools. And that push for self-determination continues into the 50s, it continues into the 60s, it continues in many manifestations like the organization of Black Panther protests around IS 201 in East Harlem, like Evelina Antonetti, who was a Wadley alumna and then an organizer in the South Bronx, pushing hard for community control advocacy throughout the city. Like the work of Alice Cornegay also in East Harlem, like the work of Preston Wilcox all over Central Harlem and East Harlem. So this focus on self-determination, or put differently, this insistence that rather than only documenting conditions, you're asking the question of who decides. That's one of the things that's really present, I think, in the history of educational activism in Harlem, and that's interestingly quiet in this report. And I think if the people who were working on the report were here with us today, they might be saying to us, okay, so talk to me about who decides, right? What are the systems through which people very close to children in schools in Harlem today are in a position to exercise power around educational decision making? So, thanks, Terry.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to piggyback on what my colleague, I'm also at Teachers College. I teach a class in education and public policy, so we're not old friends, but we're getting there, we're getting there. And I just want to add a couple of really quick points. Oftentimes, when I teach my classes and I in education, I often start with Du Bois's "Does the Negro Need Separate Education?" which I think was written a year before this report came out. And it's always a fascinating essay because he goes into in tremendous detail about what is and is not happening in schools where African Americans dominate versus what's happening elsewhere. And at the end, he comes out and just says, look, we just need good schools. We just need to be educated. And I often carry that with me in all the work that I do, whether it's teaching or the other political work that I do, because one of the things that I'm constantly hit with is, as you talk about systems, the way in which there has always been this movement to connect organizing and mobilization around what's happening in the schools to larger community-based organizing. So it's not just about the urgency of what's happening in the school building or around in the school, or what's happening with children specifically. There was always this opportunity to connect it to what's happening in the city. So organizing parents wasn't just about organizing around curriculum, it was also about organizing to elect the next mayor or to elect a governor. And you see that theme over and over and over again, and there's a point I'm gonna make about that, connecting it to the president in a second. I am often reminded and often talk about Ella Baker in this work, because she was very forthright about that. That this is also about, this is not, again, it's not just about what's happening in schools. And that, let me stop there, because that's actually also very important. As you talk about critical race theory, you talk, as we are seeing around the country, these the assault on books, for example, and all the book banning, what Ella talked about and what she knew very well, which so many of us do, is that schools aren't just a place where teachers go to teach and students come to learn. It is a place of social, political, moral, cultural reproduction. So it's about nation building. And everyone that's been involved in education activism uptown has understood that. They've understood that what was happening outside of Harlem was about building a nation that attempted to exclude people coming out of Harlem, and that needed to change. And so I think about Ella, and you wrote in Educated Harlem about Babette Edwards and Preston Wilcox and all of these folks who over time have found a way to connect what was happening in schools to how that was going to lead to broader civic engagement in the world beyond the school, which was incredibly important to me. I'm also reminded as I read the report about, because it talks a lot about the physical conditions of the schools at the time, right? That they were horrible. And we saw that actually across the country, but of course what was happening in Harlem was considerably worse. What compounded the problem was that we're also moving into the New Deal at this point, right? We're also at a point where FDR, and I'm saying this knowing that I teach in his former home, which is now turned into a policy institute. So with all due respect to where I work, that there was intentionality around not supporting schools, not supporting people of color, communities of color, in almost every aspect of the New Deal, which included support for schools. And that was a hat tip, if you will, to Southern segregationists that said, we don't like all of this government spending, but if you're gonna do it, just don't give it to those folks. And it was quite intentional. And we see the ripple effect of that, obviously, in Harlem, even in a liberal, progressive city like New York. And so I am reminded again that repeatedly, whether at every level of government, Harlem is being failed. The physical landscape is being failed, and the young people coming out of the system are being failed. The report also talks about the teachers themselves. Now, my mother's a school teacher. She taught special ed in New York City for 30 years. So when I go on TV, my grammar has to be right, because she will correct me. But she taught for 30 years and took her job ever so seriously. and can remember just about every child she's ever taught, every child that she's had to help in those 30 years. And what the report sort of suggests is that, hey, there were some African American teachers there, but not nearly enough, and we're still talking about that issue, right? But those that are there didn't seem to want to be there. And as you think about the migration of African Americans moving north, between, I think, 1940 and 1960, I could be wrong about the first date, but 1960 is right. 1 million whites left this city. 400 African American and Latino residents came in during that short period of time. And when you think about that and think about how that changed the school system, right, and how teachers responded to that, which is in part what led to 68 in Brooklyn, but how teachers responded to that. They didn't want to have to teach these more and more black kids. And Ella was pushing back on that. And you had others pushing back on that and saying, well, if you're not going to teach our kids, we're going to find ways. And when I think about all of the work that these leaders have done, you notice a continuum of work to find ways either to rebuild or strengthen the system, to reform it, or to go around it, right? Independent schools, the Black Panthers, as you mentioned, had freedom schools. And I'm going to say something a little controversial for a second. As much as I have problems with charter schools, they are part of that continuum. They're problems, and I'm going to be clear, for full disclosure, I'm on the board of the New York Charter Center that oversees the charters in the city. But I know that some of them are problematic, in part because you have a lot of folks outside of the system locating schools, outside of Harlem, locating schools in Harlem, and have at points in time not really been part of the community, so I do understand that. But at the same time, it's also part of a long continuum of folks, parents, if not activists themselves, saying something has to change. We have to fight for something different. And I'll just make this last point. But on the flip side, I also helped start the first Eagle Academy in the Bronx. These are with 100 black men, of which I'm a member. This was 100 black men saying that we need to find opportunities for black and brown men to go to school in a safe space, to be mentored by people that look like them. And as you know, or perhaps know, the founding principal of that school is now the school's chancellor, the city of New York, David Banks, who I've known for 20 some odd years. And obviously there's a school right down the block. And so, another Eagle Academy. And so I think when I look at this, when I look at the work, and I look at it from an academic standpoint, I look at it from a professional standpoint in the political and policy work that I do, and I think you used the term earlier, it's agency. It's how do we give the scholars, the teachers, the parents, the community leaders, the advocates, but especially the parents, the agency to be able to not just organize and mobilize around what they want for their children, because of course schools are centers of social, moral, cultural reproduction, but thinking about it in the next step. How do we create cultures of civic engagement, and how that organizing and mobilizing can lead to promoting different outcomes politically and electorally for the neighborhood. I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, if you look at the report, recreation and education are together, but there's like really no talk about recreation. And it's interesting, my background's in architecture, and hearing all these discussions, the physicality of all these things were in architecture. And the architecture was out of the German architects and the German school of thinking, and exercise space or socialist kinds of ideas about housing and all that is really what formulated the housing that we're looking at, for the most part, public housing. And it had green spaces, and it had daycare centers and all these kind of social things. And so when we talk about it, I think we're always in the abstract of how it's going to be physically manifest. And so when I read the report around education, and they're talking about one of the schools that's at 135th and Lenox, which I've seen old maps and knew there was a school there, but there's Gordon Park's pictures of kids coming out of the subway by that school. And you would, if you looked at that picture, you would romanticize it was a whole different environment than hearing it was dilapidated and how many bars were nearby and all these other sorts of things. And so I feel like we're in this moment talking about these kind of things, and other forces are talking about the economics of smoke shops and marijuana and how it's going to be the saving grace of our community. It's like, and so the same problems that we're talking about around that school and all that stuff that's affecting the kids' lives, we're politically going gung-ho into some format of by saying, well, if you had a violation, for marijuana, here's your chance to be, a dispenser or whatever. But if you're educated, you realize somebody has to have the capital to buy the marijuana, for the stock to store. So am I going to end up, and I lived through the 80s. This is a kind of aside, this conversation, but it's education. I lived in the 80s and saw all the hanging out, all the sort of behavior of like the legal guy and the illicit guys door to door. So we're going to be encouraging a whole other thing. I already see spaces being bought up, and there's no business even in them yet. They're staking out the real estate for later, but the guy that isn't selling marijuana is out there now. You can go at 125th and Lenox, and you come out of the subway before you get to Red Rooster, you can, there's a line and no one comes out with a package, and it's open 24/7. So part of talking about these sorts of things is also not realizing, how can this be good for me and I have this? How can I have a great education for my kid if economically I'm talking about these things in the neighbors? I can get my nails done, I can buy a weave, and I can get those other things, but I can't get school supplies, and the shelves in CVS are empty, and all those other sorts of things. So lots of times we talk about these things, but as an architect and someone looking at the environment, I sort of say it's really different. So the report for me was interesting because recreation isn't talked about, and yet it's during the WPA period where they were building more pools, more parks. Every swimming pool in Harlem was built under the WPA for the most part. So, like, aren't they saying, well, part of this full person is having this physical environment? And then I go back because I work in Central Park, and we look at Olmsted and building Central Park. Their recreation was having time in green space to recreate yourself. It was about recreation. And it wasn't about active sports where you have to have a basketball facility or a swimming facility. It's like getting away from the city and being in a green space or an open space where you just contemplate and recreate yourself. And in all these things, we're getting, parks are totally undervalued. Think about the COVID period and all that, and what parks meant to us just as a mental escape of getting out of our little apartment after being in there day in and day out. You look at all the environmental issues that are going on today, and our young people are like on the phone, or it's basketball. And even now, if you said recreation, everyone would think, oh, well, yeah, we need more basketball courts, we need more of this. How many people really play basketball? It's a sport we all love. It's a sport we go watch a lot. We're not actually dribbling the ball and getting the exercise, but we have all these health issues in our community, and parks in a place to walk, a place to, if you're an older person, just some limited exercise, connect with nature, the real part of who you are as a human being on the planet, and it really gets short shrift. So it surprised me a little bit in this report because of the WPA period and the focus that does come around recreation, that recreation really isn't talked about at all. But if we're looking at the future and thinking about recreation and what open air space and understanding the environment can bring to us, I think there needs to be a stronger discussion of how all these things are, just like you were saying, linked together, not separately, but linked together. And so even if you look at public housing and all these issues, I always think about if everyone in public housing that could vote did vote, on an off-year election, they would pick a congressman. And they would get the things that you're protesting and about, if you were voting in that block, just think if they put the voter machines in the lobby of public housing and everyone that registered in public housing could vote, there's a green space. As an architect, I always say, oh, I'd love to take kids that live in public housing and take them to all the new developments that are now and have them measure their apartment and measure the new development. Their apartment's probably bigger. And they're already in high-rise buildings that get to look out in the city and everything. And going to a foundation and getting a landscape person to really look at the green space again, and maybe the guard becomes your doorman and takes your dry cleaning and stuff instead of being a guard. There's so many ways that that environment could be flipped in another way, and you are already in possession of something of great value. Donald Trump, when he picked our friend to be head of housing, he picked it. Here's a developer who totally understands the housing market in New York as president of the United States, and he picked somebody who has absolutely nothing to do with housing to be head of housing because he once lived in public housing. Well, that's and I feel the same way about the marijuana. There's all these things that get talked about that are really popular that are defeating these very efforts that we're talking about because they are simplistic solutions, not the fuller person. And I think when we look at housing, if we look at education, all these things that we're talking about today, but also if we look at the physical environment, there's stories to be told to us looking at the natural environment, about other people's environment, about climate change, about our young people, the generation that's going to have to deal with that, and have children that are going to be the legacy of our efforts, that parks and green spaces and recreation, this, in nature, being able to recreate yourself, whether it's just reading a book or sitting and playing with your kid in a green space, that's what I feel we kind of owe as part of this dialogue. And it's great to see this all getting talked together because it's being thought about, at least in a holistic way, today.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you very much, and thank you all for your contributions. I'd like to open the floor now for questions. And while we're taking questions, I would like to ask, so when looking at the report, when I read it, all 14 pages for the education and recreation section, I was disheartened in many ways. I felt like I was rereading the Coleman report from 1966. Once again, communities of color are being depicted in ways that don't speak to life, that they don't affirm us. They act as if things are happening to us, whereas we are just sitting there accepting it when we have a deep history of resistance, and not only resistance, but achievement, because even during the 1930s, remember, we're coming off the Harlem Renaissance, right? So we had this renewed interest in black art and black culture, but once again, black people seem to get the short end of the stick. And even when we're doing the good work in the schoolhouse, and I'm thinking about everyone from Ella Baker, going back to Gertrude Elise Eyre, to other black women who told us from the very beginning what our children need to be successful. Why haven't we heeded the warnings? Why haven't we learned the lessons? And what can we do now in real ways for the change? In 1935, Du Bois did indeed ask, does the Negro need separate schools? Well, our schools in Harlem have always been separate. What has that taught us? That maybe we should own them in a way that is tangible. And you would think that with, and I know that Chancellor Banks is wonderful, but with a black man in charge of the system now, that we'd have a renewed interest in Harlem and its people. But when I think about, I saw a tweet the other day about how Columbia University has just been contracted to redesign Harlem. It's part of a political science class. And so once again, we're being acted upon as if our people have no agency. And I say this as a Harlemite, meaning I was born right across the street in Harlem Hospital, and black people do care about their children. They do care about education. We do care about our community. But once again, we're having these major decisions where, again, we are seen as without agency.
I mean, in my growing up, it just so happened my mother was able to be home when we were kids. And she was very involved in school. She was artistic and just engaged in things that were going on at school. And later on, I realized, well, where were the other mothers on our block? My mother was the fortunate one that didn't work in a factory or whatever during the day, but those mothers trusted the mothers that did go and come back and report to the other players. And then when we talk about the economics, if I go to buy a carton of milk in any bodega, I have to wait 20 minutes while people play the lottery, And it's all going into a computer and everything. So how come they can't figure out when they allot money that the people that put in the most in the lottery get that percentage back toward education. It's like, I mean, they can do everything else. They can figure out how to make me shop and how to make all these other things online. It's like that family who's putting that percentage into the lottery and all of that, that's a pencil they're not buying for their kid or a notebook or whatever that is. And so there's a resource of ours that could be redistributed proportionally back to our community because we're disproportionately putting our money into that. If you look at the ads, it's always some poor person working the assembly line or something, and all of a sudden this is going to change his life. So that's all being sold to us in a certain way, and yet there is agency in that number that could be coming back to our schools as a resource.
And I'll just say, tell my students all the time, every parent will do what's in the best interest of their child. Don't care who you are, don't care where, every parent will do that. So I've noticed the reference to home life in the report. And the Coleman report clearly had a huge impact on policy, on discussion. I mean, it influenced what was the Moynihan report, and so right, and so it tremendously influenced the dialogue. But I go back to this point, what the report doesn't say, and what I constantly have to tell, every parent will do what's in the best interest of their child. Now that manifests in different ways. You know, on the one hand, we could see parents organizing, whether it's on their own, whether it's through Ella and others. You see a history of parent organizing and mobilization and how that's impacted the community. Let's take the flip side. The flip side is that there are a few public schools on the Upper West Side that you mentioned earlier, where in the years when there have been significant cuts to the school budget, and we saw this a lot under de Blasio, right? And particularly cutting music programs and art programs. There is one school in particular, and there are actually a few on the west side and some on the east side, public schools, where the suggested parent contribution annually is $1,500. That means that school is raising over $1 million a year just from the parents to supplement what the city's not providing. So when you have that kind of disparity where the parents can come in and say, well, we want the city to support, but you know what, if they don't, we got them, right? We got them. But the fact that that disparity is allowed to exist, and mind you, these are the same schools where in that area, there was conversation about integration, and those same parents said, yeah, we're all Democrats up here, but not those kids, right? And if you read the articles, and Eliza Shapiro writes a lot about this in the New York Times, and you listen to and read the language that these parents used to describe these young black and brown children in what I guess was associated with Frederick Douglass houses, but just in that area in general. If you read the language and you listen to how these parents responded in terms of this potential opportunity to integrate the school, you did not think you were in liberal progressive New York. I know I didn't. And so I go back to this point. Every parent is going to do what's in the best interest of their child. And in many cases, the systems support those parents who can give the $1,500 a year.
Well, and those are the parents that probably want their kids to go to private school, but they can't afford private school. So $1,500 is a lot cheaper than private school. And so that's why they feel they're getting their child's private school education in those schools, and they're willing to subsidize it at that level, to the exclusion of the others.
Well, I think that's the point. They are willing to pay for their exclusivity, right? Not moving to the suburbs, but finding these niches, these enclaves, even within the city, less than a mile away from Harlem, right? To be able to pay for that exclusivity. And that's what's so, and can this be overcome? It can, but I go back to my earlier point. It's important to focus on what happens in the school. There's no question about it. That's the work that we do. But that also can be used to push outward and in terms of mobilizing, in terms of organizing for outcomes that create a system and change the system to support what's happening on the ground.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Erickson. What are some of the recent examples of resistance? Meaning we know, like, it's clear what the problems are. They're palpable, right? We know that schools aren't funded equally. We know that resources are stratified. We know that districts are polar opposites. What's happening now in real time that we can learn from?
Thanks for the question. I think it's probably a question for all of us, right? Because I have a very partial view of this. One of the consequences of spending a lot of time reading documents like this one is that I probably am less informed about today than others on the panel. So I think about resistance that takes a lot of different forms, right? One of the ways is that one of those is the ways that teacher advocates have worked together to try to create new ways to think about curriculum in the city, and sometimes that's come out of teacher initiation, but sometimes it's come out of community advocacy, right? So we can think of creating new curricular interventions around Black studies, around Asian American studies, as part of an attempt to challenge, previous silences in the existing curriculum. For some people, that's not enough, right? Chalkbeat, I think, did a great piece this morning about the ways that Asian American students respond to the idea of that curriculum, saying, well, inclusion isn't the only thing we're looking for, right? So I don't want to overstate, I don't want to imply that resistance is any one thing, right? Or that everything meets everyone's standards or expectations. Another one is that the city has a tremendous network both of old and new youth advocacy organizations, and they have been really consequential in changing conversations in the last decade around questions of inequity related to segregation and around policing in schooling, right? And around justice practices that have tended to not be just, right? To exclude kids because of behavioral decisions that they make rather than finding ways to work with them safely within the school community. So those are a couple that come to mind, and I think probably people have others that they would want to call out for reference too.
Well, I go to Abyssinia Baptist Church, and Dr. Sandy Johnson oversaw Thurgood Marshall, and she took any student that applied, I guess there's all these thresholds of like how they take students, and she said she took any student, no matter what his grades were or whatever, if he had attendance. She's like, I only work with a kid that shows up. So no matter how much they were, struggling with the issues were, she could see that kid, whatever his situation was coming to school, she realized that's the kid I can work with. And she said, because she lived in the neighborhood, the kids were hanging out in a place where they shouldn't be. She knew that was a place they shouldn't be hanging out. The sense of personal engagement that your principal, your teacher, is somebody you see moving around you, as opposed to somebody who's there and absent. So having engaged players that are both, educators, but community players as well, I think makes a difference.
Great, thank you. Dr. Smeichel, here's a question for you. It reads, you mentioned the Black Panthers Freedom Schools, which had a clear political ideology. Are there similar or prevailing revolutionary education systems that exist today?
So there are definitely many, scratch that, there are definitely some around the country. We have a lot of Black men in particular starting schools. And in many ways, they're starting charter schools and it's just the politics of that is different depending on the city you go to. But it's not exclusively that. There are a lot of young men who are concerned about the fact that there are not a lot of young men in the classroom teaching. Young African American men, that they're starting their own schools. There are examples in Baltimore and DC, across the country. I would also say that there is a increasing abolitionist view in teaching and learning. There's a young brother named Robert Harvey whose book, I believe, if I remember correctly, is called Abolitionist Learning. And he has a new one out, and I forget the title of that. But I've had him come speak at Hunter before. I've actually had him come speak at TC, who really talks very seriously about this view of an abolitionist view toward education, and talks about teachers in hush harbors, which is a reference to something that existed during slavery. And so, unfortunately, a lot of what we're seeing, and I've seen this through the work I do with school choice, is that a lot of those types of schools with that sort of framework are in the form of charter schools, because doing something like what Eagle Academy did is just extremely difficult. And in fact, the law that allowed Eagle Academy to exist doesn't exist anymore. That law sunsetted. So it's difficult for some schools to just to open new schools, but there are some examples, and I'm happy to get the person that asked a list of schools in that same vein from across the country.
I just have a question to educate. I mean, I look at the charter schools and I look at these different programs that sort of step out of public school and try to take on some of these issues and raise the student performance. A lot of them get subsidized, per student out of the government resources. I don't understand why that expertise isn't coming back into the school system. If you were learning to be a gardener and you did it in some lab facility, eventually that comes back into the bigger system. And so I feel like, and they're not obligated over time to stay open. So you have some charismatic person that starts a school and it's really wonderful, and then he passes away or someone else comes along. Public school is obligated to educate students. And so for that not to come back and really be, a lab that invigorates and advances what's going on in public school and bringing it back to public school and continue to, orbit around side it. It's just what you're saying about the Upper West Side schools. It's the same sort of thing being facilitated in another way for a certain type of parent, a certain kind of players that are looking for people. And I feel like a good student who doesn't have a parent or somebody that knows how to navigate that, he's sort of co-signed to like a reform school, almost the way public school is. And the film Looking for Superman or whatever, Waiting for Superman, I just detested that movie because it was like the lottery system. All those kids had a parent that was trying to figure out a way how to navigate a better education for that kid. And that kid is going to do better because he has that person. And there was no applause for that engaged person that was making an effort to find a place for their kid to go to school. It was about win or lose. Win, you got into that school. Lose, you didn't. And I think the bigger thing was that they had an engaged an adult, whether it was a parent, a neighbor, or somebody that was trying to navigate and do best by them, just like you said about the better parent. And how do you help that parent find and negotiate a place for their kid?
Okay. Here's a culmination of all the questions. Schooling happens to children, meaning they go into systems that either work or they don't. And based on their zip code, it's pretty much predetermined, right? So, and I know this is a big question, but how can we, or what can we do to ensure that all children have the opportunity for an equitable and just education? Like, what can people do in a real way, like tomorrow?
It kind of saddens me because
vote.
Also, I just feel like as an African American, we leave the comfort of our community every day to go out in an environment that's not always welcoming to us, and we have gotten reward in that effort. And despite how hard, or whatever I feel, or whatever I rise, and I've benefited from that. Until white America feels the same way about my culture and what's going to do, they're never going to assign the resources and things to make that change. And so I'm not totally as hopeful as I would have been 20 years ago because I don't see that they're digging in the broader culture with the resources. And if you look at America, the political power is not in the cities. It's Wyoming has 2 senators and 1 congressman. Those 2 senators have the equal vote of New York in the Senate. So when these points of view come around, we think, oh, well, that's Wyoming or that's Kentucky or whatever. But in federal monies and everything, they have a way of blocking or making the rules, like you said about under the WPA. I want the money, but I don't want these other conditions. I want to deal with, looking at the, Black history. I don't want to do this. And the same kind of ways we're getting the kickback, you probably could map the same things all over again. You could even if you look at every Martin Luther King Boulevard or Malcolm X Boulevard in American cities and overlay it over the old redlining maps, and they end at the same places they did when it was a red line. Why doesn't Frederick Douglass Boulevard go all the way down 8th Avenue? Why doesn't Malcolm X Boulevard go all the way down the city? The city says, okay, you have political power, you want to name it, go ahead and name it, but it's not embraced you know, and until it's embraced, nothing's really going to change because we don't have all the resources. That balance when the buildings start to deteriorate in schools, somebody has to feel like it needs to be just like all the other good schools, and that resource isn't all in our neighborhood. And Kentucky figures, you know, they figure out a way to get it because through Mitch McConnell or whatever it is to do it. There's this kind of leverage tool that we have to figure out politically because the resources aren't all here. You know, to make it equal, it's not all.
I'll just be quick. I would be remiss if I didn't stress the importance of voting. I used to be the executive director of the New York State Democratic Party, and I always tell folks, I don't know who you voted for, but I know if you didn't vote. I know if you don't vote. And I don't know if people realize that. We maintain this, every state party across the country, Democrat and Republican, we maintain a voter file, and we know when you don't vote. And we also, and this is thanks actually to Obama, who used a lot of money to attach what we call enhancements to your voter file. So we know a lot of information about you, a lot. Yeah, there's a problem. A couple of pieces of advice, I always say turn your phones off because we can track you. You know, be careful what you search online because we know. All of that stuff. If we want to get into the conversation about geofencing, that's fascinating stuff. But we know a lot about you. It's unfortunate, but we spend a lot of time focused on presidential races, but not enough time on local races. There is no federal constitutional right to a good education. That language is in your state constitution. So much of the policy that affects your life, whether it's education or anything else, is codified in state law or local law. But that's where we see some of the lowest voter turnout, year after year after year. So I can't stress enough why it's so important to actually go out and vote and bring a friend, vote twice if you can. No, I can't say that because then I'll be accused of blaming.
You'll be tracked.
I'll be tried. So that's not right. No, vote once legally, but bring a friend to do that. So I cannot stress that enough. But I would also say just very quickly, so much of the work, and this goes back to, this is your question and it goes back to the earlier question. So much of the work that's being done to transform lives in schools is being done by really good teachers, really good administrators, and parents that care deeply about their kids. Plain and simple. It is happening. I think what systems can do and should do is figure out how to give the teachers the tools to be able to do the work that they can do and want to do instead of having to come out of their own pocket and pay for almost everything in the classroom. And to the extent that systems can give the school leaders the autonomy, not just the responsibility, but the autonomy to be able to implement innovative curriculum that's inclusive, that speaks to all the needs that that child might have, that is not just about credentialism, but it is about really supporting that entire child. And I think that is what's critically important.
I mean, you look at the new technology, there's so much information available to everybody, but the critical thinking isn't there. Like as an educator, really making younger people really look at what they're reading and doing and thinking about all those things.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking of this question about who decides, and I'm thinking about what it would mean to figure out, name for yourself an educational challenge that you think is really crucial, and try to figure out who actually has power over that question. It is a civics exercise, but it is the kind of civics exercise that helps us understand where policy choices made by whom relate to the lives of people we care about, right, in classrooms and in schools. And I think that I would hope that teachers think of education policy making as a terrain for conversation with their kids, right? So if you have young people in school, they really want to know who decided that it would be this way and not this way. And in that conversation, they have a ton of ideas about what it should be. And they are not ideas about avoiding learning or avoiding hard work. They're ideas about what they know they deserve. And I can't think of a time I've been in a classroom where there was an opportunity for a young person to say, let me tell you what I hope my school could be, that they don't have an answer that will stop you in your tracks. So I think maybe I don't want to put the responsibility on them, but as a source of ideas, Young people know a tremendous amount about what schools do and don't do. They know a tremendous amount about who manifests love for them and who doesn't, and what gets in the way, and we should listen to them.
Okay, so for the final question, so I caught that. You had a sign that said last question. So for the final question, I'll ask you, if you could tell your younger self anything about education today that you could have back then, what would it be? I know for myself, and I actually attended 136 that we talk about right there on 135th and Lenox. It would be to take it all in and to find out kind of my place in the world. I talked about Gertrude Elise Eyre in my conversation, and she said, she was a black woman, obviously, but she spoke to black teachers about what black students needed. And she said that, and this is what she said that black children need to know. She said that in fundamentals, black children are essentially the same as other humans, that being different in some ways does not mean that he or she is inferior, that he has a contribution to make to his group, that he also has a contribution to make to his nation, and that he has part in his nation's work in the world, meaning that black children have to kind of know that they belong here, that they matter. And we say Black Lives Matter, but do we tell black children that they matter in the schoolhouse, that their thoughts and hopes and dreams are really, really important? And I wish someone would have told me that. So if I could tell my younger self that, I would tell myself that I matter. What about you?
The sad thing is that question is to somebody else. It's a power question, this why don't I matter? Why that's being spoken to someone to make you find compassion for me, and it kind of saddens me in a way. I mean, I'm not saying it's you. I'm not saying, but I see that a lot of times, like, we're, in a certain way, and talking about it even to ourselves, it's addressing somebody else that's manipulating, our lives and all of that, and trying to find some, internal sense. Like, we're talking so much about gender and all these different things in school and people, and I just tell younger people, try to find that thing in yourself that you really love, that inspires you, and even if you don't stick with it the rest of your life, the energy you put in that and the reward you feel from that will help you tackle so many other things in life, but you'll feel, I have the competence, I had this interest. You see a little kid do something, and all of a sudden they feel like they've done something that's on the professional side, that even if they're chiseling a piece of stone, but they decided it was going to be an initial, and after a few days of doing it, they see the initials in the stone. They realize, that's something I thought an adult could do, but now I can do it. And trying to find that magic, and for a younger person, that sense of like gravitas for themselves to go out in the world, I think that's what I would kind of say. I was very fortunate, like architecture, I could draw really well, and I just followed, and my parents, neither one went to college, but they kind of fostered what I loved. And I realized if I didn't have that, as wonderful as my parents were, I don't know that I would have found my path without that sort of energy around something I loved.
Great, thank you. Basil.
Well, I guess I would say to my younger self, there were lessons that I learned in college that I'm still kind of wrestling with, honestly. I went to Cornell undergrad, and a lot of my friends, there were only a handful of black folks there, and we're still all tight. Like, we're not even involved in an alumni association because we all still know each other and talk to each other. And it's only now, and it'll be 30 years since I graduated next year, it's only now that we're actually starting to talk openly about the trauma that we experienced while we were there. And we were going through some stuff. When I talk to my friends and hear what they were going through while they were there, it's shocking that we weren't really aware of it, and then we also didn't feel like we could talk to each other about it. So the few lessons that I learned are, number one, if you're in the room, that means you're supposed to be there. Mm-hmm. Number two, don't walk into a room like a question mark. And I think for that very specific, the very specific comment about trauma and how we spent 4 years and then years after that in our lives, sort of not talking and not sharing. I think it's important to create safe spaces among us so that we could have these conversations and work through it with each other and not have a lot of this unresolved, because we're going through the same thing. Yeah, I just very quickly, I grew up in the Bronx and went to Cornell, but I was on food stamps the 4 years that I was there. And a lot of other black folks that were there were on food stamps too. And we, we made sure to tell the next crop of freshmen, hey man, got to get you, because if you need to eat, this is what you do, so you don't starve and try to do your work at the same time. And we use that as a way to sort of connect to the younger generation and sort of be able to pass information along. But it almost stopped there. There was a lot of emotion. There was a lot of anxiety that we didn't talk about. And I wish we had done more of that. And that's what I would tell my younger self, just to work with my friends and any adult that cared about us to help create these safe spaces.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all three for these responses that I'm going to be thinking about for a while. They're all about students' humanity, and I want to and recognizing the role that a predominantly white teaching force has in either reinforcing or challenging students' senses of their own humanity. I want to think about myself as a teacher in 2000, a couple of blocks from here, and lucky, because I had done a lot of reading in US history to know some stuff about the history of this neighborhood, but not enough in any way. And so what I would say is that I would want my younger self, and especially other white teachers in Black and Latinx communities around the country, to figure out what they need to know so that they can position themselves to be working parallel to this long history of educational struggle in the communities in which they're working, rather than either ignoring it or working potentially against it, right? So this is an ignorance that a lot of teachers have, and it's totally fixable, right? And by reading, by learning about people who know the local history of the places that you are, so that you can put yourself in parallel with that long struggle. So thanks.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, everyone, we're going to take a very brief break, and we're going to resume exactly at 3 o'clock with the health panel. So there are snacks. Go get snacks and come back by 3 for the health panel. Thank you.
We had prostate cancer twice before this back.
didn't mean.
What is your baby now, Tim? How's she doing? You have another one.
I got a 7-month-old too.
Get him out the way. Couldn't leave the house at the same time.
That's right. Yeah, it's time to go. You know, I don't want nobody staying in this house.
My sister has 3 out the house, and one she's like, all right, 1 more year and you're out. So like, oh. And congratulations on stepping down.
Thank you so much.
What are you doing?
I didn't know.
Good.
Yeah. I'm giving myself some time. I'll be home for the rest of the year.
So I'm still working on I'm working with DeFi.
Okay.
They're reimagining the school district. So the organization that I work for is leading some of that work. So came here to
You work for
learn
a lot of
more.
organizations.
So just the one and my own, and just my own. And we're meeting the new incoming, because Ms. Elmer reached out with an email, and I was so
The new assistant commissioner.
yes. So
Sahara.
we're meeting with her. She asked for a meeting with us. I think Indigenous People Columbus, Indigenous People Day.
Okay.
So we're gonna meet with her because, well, she asked to meet with us, but I think we're ready to scale. But we applied for the Atlas grant. It was a hope and a wish, because we wouldn't have been ready to take that on. But we are ready to scale. I had a comment. Jackie is consulting with Brooklyn Movement Center and Community Police Reform, CPR.
Okay.
So I was on a call.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was coming to you.
Yeah, I was on a call with her.
Yeah. No, you know, made the sister run away. Oh, she was coming to you, baby.
No, yeah, you should invite me to come to your class. Like, you absolutely should.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, you should. I'm working with restorative practice, and especially the last piece that you just said is the piece I'm working to build. That's what we're doing class. You should have me. And my play cousin can attest to what you got.
What's up, man? Bless, brother. Good to see you, man. That's all right. You busy man.
I thought I would focus on the problem of personal racism and discrimination. In all of the conversations about structural racism that dominate our current discourse, there's a risk that people will stop talking about
I'm ready. I just haven't spoken to them. They seem to be still discussing the.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon to continue the discussion of this report, this 1935 report, particularly focusing on the chapter of healthcare and the environment. My name is Dr. Torian Easterling. I currently serve as the First Deputy Commissioner and Chief Equity Officer at the New York City Health Department. And I have been joined by esteemed panel members who will provide some context, provide some of their thinking and observation based on the report, what was going on at that time, but also sort of draw some conclusions of what's happening now and some of the similarities. I think what we can say when we think about health overall, health is not just about access to health care. It is so much more, and how we define good and bad health really determines around the entire conditions in which one lives. So we talk about where one lives, they pray, they play, and they work, really determines a lot of the health outcomes that we understand. And when we look at this report, many of the same outcomes, not just communicable disease, but non-communicable disease, when we think about infant mortality, we think about inequities around maternal health, maternal mortality. Some of those same inequities play out today in 2020. And so this is going to be an important conversation, and I'm so happy to be joined by all three of these women to really lead us into this discussion, but we certainly want to hear from you as well. And so before I pass it over to our panel, I do want to just go over some of the rules, and we'll start off with some observations, again, from the report, but I do want you all to start thinking about your questions. And I know that there are some postcards that have already been passed around. I'm going to turn to folks around the 3:30 mark because I want to be able to include your questions into our discussion. This is really a discussion. We're here to really have a discussion, not just with the four of us, but with all of you as well, and be able to share this information far and wide. And so really want to make sure I put that out there. So with that, I do want to turn over to our panel. I'm not going to, you have folks' bio, and I do want to also note that I do want to thank Ms. Monique Harden Cordero for joining us. You'll see in your bio that, in your program, that we were supposed to be joined by Ms. Patty Jacobs. Unfortunately, Ms. Jacobs is unable to join us, but I spoke with Ms. Harden Cordero this morning, and she agreed to join us as a longtime Harlem resident. Thank you. So with that, I'll ask our panel to introduce themselves and also just 5 minutes to provide some remarks and observations from the report.
Did we decide who would go first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, and good afternoon. I'm really delighted to be here this afternoon. I'm Mary Bassett. I'm currently the New York State Health Commissioner. And I also want to acknowledge that I recruited Dr. Easterling to the City Health Department when I was the New York City Commissioner. And watched him rise to the ranks of the health department in terms of its bureaucracy. But I, from his opening remarks, I know that his heart has remained where all of us are going to be focusing our remarks, and the idea that people's lives in their neighborhoods, their everyday lives are what determine their health. And I also just need to give a shout out to Commissioner O'Toole, who alerted me to this conversation this afternoon. When I stepped down as a city health commissioner, I noticed that everything I was reading was history. And I want to just say to everyone that if we want to understand our country and how we got where we are, we all need to read more history. But part of that is having archivists who keep track of our history. And I care a lot about Harlem, but I had never heard of this report. And as you read, I'm sure, it was never released by the city. So it was compiled. It represented numerous community engagement, understanding. It brought together an extremely eminent group of people from the Harlem community. It included County Cullen, a young poet at the time. But it was never released by the city, and so that's why we need journalists who did, in fact, publish parts of this report, and we need archivists, so thank you. So let me just turn to say a few words about the report. And when we were talking before we got started, one of the things that we all noticed is how contemporary it seems. This was written, going on a century ago. But all of the issues that it raises seem very much like ones that we confront today. All of us know that the national engagement with the enduring impact of racism in this country began with the police action that led to the death of Mr. George Floyd. And this report was triggered by a police action in Harlem way back in 1935. I think that all of these things are kind of modern because they're still with us. I also want to acknowledge the fact that Chapter 7 is on health and hospitalization, really seems appropriate to me because all of the chapters that came before, and we just heard, I was happy that I could participate and watch at least the panel on education. All the things that Dr. Easterling has mentioned were also examined by this commission, and all of them were incredibly relevant to health. So it was appropriate when they compiled this report that they made it clear that it's people's everyday lives and not simply their access to health care. So the housing conditions, the opportunities for education, recreation, and so on, are all part of what makes for good health. And this echoes Du Bois's 1900 or so report. A historian in the room will get the date completely accurately for me, on the Philadelphia Negro, in which he wrote about the health of the black population in Philadelphia and countered a widespread and to this day common belief that is something flawed about black people that results in the continued observation of terrible health. So you all know these facts. There's not been a single year since before this became a nation that we haven't seen black people get sicker, die younger, than the population that's classified as white. And Du Bois made it clear, as this report does, that it's living conditions that drive this and not anything else about our biology or our culture. But I thought that I would focus on a part of the report that sort of surprised me. Most of the chapter focuses on Harlem Hospital, which is right across the street there, although we can barely see it in the construction. I hope will be a good thing. It's going to be a good thing. I trained at Harlem Hospital in the 1980s at a time when a man in Bangladesh was more likely to make it to the age of 65 than a man in central Harlem. And we know all of the structural elements that were a challenge to the delivery of health care in Harlem. You'll hear about, operating rooms not having air conditioning. I, as a resident, and I still have trouble even remembering that night when we ran out of respirators. This was in the 20th century in New York City. We ran out of respirators and we had to bag patients through the night. I went downstairs, and I'm glad this is on the record, and I filled out the death certificates for the patients we lost that night, and I wrote down unintentional homicide, because they were killed by a system that was not working for them, and it wasn't working because I was a bad doctor. I would like to think I was a very good doctor, but we didn't have the equipment, the resources that we needed to deliver good care. These are still issues that are with us today. That racism, when we talk about structural racism, also literally applies to bricks and mortar, capital access, the ability to recruit and retain specialty people, all of these. But one thing that they really focused on in this report was a discriminatory practice against the medical staff and the nursing staff. And I want to talk about that because I spend a lot of time these days talking about structural racism. I think that following the murder of George Floyd, that phrase has even been uttered by the President of the United States. And this is the idea that it's not simply personal prejudice, but the ways in which our institutions are structured, the ways in which our culture reproduces ideas about the hierarchy of value that we attribute to racial classification. This is a very important point. But we also still have, as they focused on in this report, the problem of old, long-standing racist behavior by individuals. And this was going on at Harlem Hospital back then. I'd like to think that it stopped, but I can't say that I know that was true. And it was often, and this is in a public hospital system. It was a hospital system that where, for example, a black doctor in the report was noted to have gotten support for promotion by 9 out of 10 members of the medical board. There was one dissenting individual, and the commissioner overruled the board and declined to give that individual a promotion. And the report points out that it was government officials who were replicating in the liberal North the system of a segregated healthcare delivery system. The report refers to it as a Jim Crow system. And I think that's important to highlight because we still have a very segregated healthcare delivery system. We have a very segregated healthcare delivery system here in New York. And I think that when we talk about the kind of silent hand of structural racism, that we should not overlook that there continue to be inappropriate actions, including by people in government, about that reflect racist ideas. In this case, the argument, one I've heard so many times in my working life, that people, particularly people of African descent, just are lacking in the technical skills that we need, that they, aren't scientific enough, or these were the sorts of arguments that were trotted out and referred to in the 1935 report, and I would argue that that continues to be an argument that is still far too modern. But I want to say just finally, because I'm making some pretty gloomy remarks, that things have really gotten better. That when we talk about the infant mortality rates that were cited in this report, we're talking about losing thousands of babies every year to the inequity in birth outcomes by race in this city. And the numbers have gone down astoundingly, and that reflects the successful struggles against racism, and the response of government to its obligation to deliver services to all the people who should benefit from them. So as we talk about how far we have to go, which is often a topic in public health, I also want to acknowledge that we have, in fact, seen huge advancements in health and in longevity, but the racial and ethnic inequities persist, and this report highlighted them, and we have to highlight them still today. So I've gone on probably a little longer than I should have, but I will turn it back to you, Dr. Easterling.
Thank you.
However we go down the line.
Yes, round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Bassett, for starting us off and really sort of framing this conversation. I think it's really important to acknowledge and name the original sin of this country in talking about structural racism, because it does lead to how we see the health inequities play out, but also making sure that we have a full picture of what are the steps and the advancements that we have made. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Ebene to continue the conversation.
Thank you. And Dr. Bassett, you can talk on and on. I'm glad to share my time. I will actually just give a very brief background. I have spent the greater part of my career in administration and safety net hospitals and systems. I spent 6 years at Interfaith Medical Center, now one part of One Brooklyn Health, and 10 years at the operational and strategic planning helm of Harlem Hospital across the street. This report was of particular significance to me in taking the job, and I read it many years ago, and in having this revisited, I was struck by the sameness of the issues, but based in different causal factors, called by different names, but the plight of the American Negro, or now the African American, has had progress, but there is still so much to go. It is for that reason that I then moved my work out of core operations into advocacy with a law firm to ensure that people of color, communities of color in particular, and those who are Medicaid recipients have the advocacy and have the analytic and business support to go before government to ask for structural rate reform, access to vital and necessary capital, and the ability to participate in activities like waivers so that they can fund themselves out of a deficit that is very much rooted in structural racism. So thank you for sharing that and speaking that aloud, which is, it's a dirty word, but it's present. So I also just want to talk from a lens of equity. I want to start with a high point. In this report, they spoke of the need for providers of color to be represented at Harlem Hospital, for management accountability to be heightened and strengthened because the patients were not appropriately cared for. There were several issues around quality and disease prevalence that were cited that I'm happy to say no longer exist. I'm sitting next to two Black doctors who have high positions and who could easily work anywhere in this city. And to see that there was a dissenting vote for a person of color, and today we report in our quality, we report in our monitoring to a woman of color at that, I think is absolutely exemplary, so I say thank you. The report focused on a couple of things, overcrowding, and I'm gonna speak to the overcrowding that is present in our hospitals today. Poor quality, which I think is an unfair representation of the plight of hospital systems in communities that fundamentally are not reimbursed at cost, are not reimbursed with parity of their private of private systems, and those that struggle to recruit and retain talent. And so I see, yes, quality issues in hospitals and in hospitals like Harlem, but I also understand the causal factors, and I just want to share a little bit about that in a moment. And then around representation and workforce, I think that is the highest point. We now see Harlem Hospital with 100% representation of every ethnicity in the city, with providers of color having a school of nursing for over 40 years that produced some of the best and brightest, having board pass rates in their classes that are almost all black and brown, that rival Presbyterian. We had a resident a few years ago who was 5th in this nation. And so when I see a report that speaks of providers begging and hoping to be a part of a medical staff that now is 95% black or brown, I have to highlight that as progress. So I'll start from a perspective of hope, and then I will speak about same script, different cast. When we talk about disease prevalence, and it was tuberculosis in the report, that's hypertension now, that's diabetes now. In some cases and in some populations, it's substance use disorder. So we do see disproportionate rates of disease in people of color, and now it's called a disparity. Then it was just outright called poor care. We talk about redlining, decisions around neighborhood composition, food deserts, and that impacts our health system to date. We talk a bit about racism, but I would say that implicit bias now is what we face in healthcare. People that look just like their patients, who in some cases negate their pain, perceive them to be able to press through and fight through, and that's what we see in our maternal child health realm far too often. When someone like Serena Williams can be questioned around her maternity plan, I think we have to speak about the road ahead in terms of understanding the plight of people of color in the health system and the way that they are engaged by their providers. And so I just saw so much in this report that I see today show up by a different name. In terms of accountability, I want to give a nod to you, Ms. Hardin Cordero, for being on our community advisory board. And so where they spoke about the management of the hospital not necessarily being accountable for the operation or the finance or the care that was provided, there's really no way out of that in this day and age. We have patient experience surveys, which in this community I think reflect an acceptance of mediocrity. We are well rated in some cases for care that could be improved, for cleanliness that can be heightened, for services and facilities that can be improved, but it depends on what you think you deserve in terms of how you rate it. So there is a system now for enhanced patient accountability. There are community advisory boards that hold us accountable. We are over-regulated, and so there are people who come and survey us and make sure that we chart a certain way. So there has been progress in the way that healthcare is delivered, but to the person of color in this community, there are still issues around access. There are still issues around cultural competency and language. And more importantly, the preceding 6 chapters in the report are now called something different. They're called social determinants. Where you live, where you eat, where you pray, where you play. It has everything to do with your ability to optimize health and to live your healthiest lives. And so where there is a lack of supportive housing that is known and undermet in this community, people are trying to figure out where to live before they figure out whether or not to take their medication. With no paid time off, it's very difficult to be compliant with your physician appointments. When you make decisions between co-pays and food or rent, it is very difficult for you to maintain a treatment regimen. And so I think the healthcare system, and specifically the federal government, does not appreciate what it will take to increase or improve minority health. It requires an intensive, a bolus of cash into wraparound services, into linkages between healthcare and social service, into reimbursement to places like Harlem Hospital, but also places in Brooklyn where you are seeing overcrowding, places in the Bronx where you are seeing dilapidated facilities. They cannot improve their physical plant. They cannot recruit the highest skilled specialists. They cannot continue to invest in their facilities, yet they are asked to do all the same things the same way as a competitor. I think I'll kind of wrap up with 62 cents on the dollar is what a safety net provider is reimbursed for care, where on average $1.70 is what their private counterpart receives. And $3 for a specialized facility like a hospital for special surgery and things of the like. And so we have to call that out because our communities are not going to be healthier. They will not have the access to specialty services. They will not have leading equipment without money, without operating capital, and without the ability to rebuild and simulate and build laboratories. And that's not going to happen without cash. And so the reason that I chose to leave the thing I love most dearly, which is running that hospital and running hospitals in general, is so people all around this country can understand that you have to pay more if you expect change. And that health equity is nothing but a dream deferred unless it's funded, unless the appropriate support services are reimbursed. When you have to get a patient housing, no one pays for that. And so the first person to get laid off is the care manager or the case manager or the person that is linking them to that service. And therefore it's a cycle, an insidious cycle, not only of continued poverty, but of apathy and ignoring people who are crying out for help. And so I find healthcare to be really a juxtaposition of all the chapters prior. It shows up in life expectancy, it shows up in disease prevalence, it shows up in mental health, and the ability to receive treatment and to live healthy lives after really horrific events. And so I would say that this report was a catalyzing agent for me. I sent it to my entire predominantly white law firm, and I said, well, what are we going to do about it? We have a lot of money. We have a lot of great minds, and so how are we going to, galvanize support to ensure that the people in Harlem and in Compton and in Detroit and any other urban neighborhood don't continue to have a 1936 report manifest day by day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Right before we go to Ms. Monique Harden-Cordero, just another plug, please write down your questions. We're going to be coming to you shortly. But I also just want to lift up what I think it's really important to just name that, while you have seen Dr. Bassett and I on your TV multiple times throughout the day on the radio station telling folks to get vaccinated, we're not talking about those type of risk factors, those type of outcomes. We're not asking for individuals about their access to care. We're talking about moving upstream, how the healthcare system is inequitable in all of the different structures, from the federal government to the state to the city, and all of these structures are not working for Black and brown people in this city and across the world. And I think that's what we have to just understand when we talk about healthcare or health inequities, and that's what we want to name, and I think is really important. And I want to just thank Ebene for laying it out in her comments. All right, so we want to turn it over to Mrs. Harden-Cordero.
Wow, a lot to take in, and I definitely have to make sure I get through the rest of the report because there's so much there. But just by listening to both of you lovely women, the first thing I thought about is, as was stated, this is very contemporary. I felt like I was reading something that just happened the other day, which was very sad for me. And even though there are improvements, much more improvements can be made. As I was introduced, I come to this panel with over 30 years of experience working in the healthcare industry, working at a variety of different major healthcare institutions and health nonprofit organizations. And I would say that my primary objective and focus has always been about education and empowerment of people in many of the communities that happen to be deeply impacted by many of the inequities that were just mentioned. That is something that has always motivated me without me even realizing it, and trying to reach into the community, educate and steer and empower people so that they can have a voice and know that they have every right to push back, to ask questions, to state if they're uncomfortable or they have a major concern. That is their right. And I certainly try to lend voice to people in my community so that they're able to do that. And as was mentioned, I sit on 2 community boards. That wasn't on purpose, it just ended up that way. But God has a plan, and I guess that was the plan for me to be able to be a voice in the community and to make sure I hold those to account, our healthcare providers, to make sure that they are questioned and they are operating from a place where they are providing care, but it has to be quality care because we deserve it. And also letting people in our community know that you have every right to go forth and to ask for what you need because that is your right. Healthcare, in my opinion, is a right, along with eating and having proper shelter. If you have all those things in place, then you can evolve into a person who is not just surviving, but thriving and can be a contributing person that is making a difference in our community. And so it isn't how you were born, it's the conditions that you're subjected to. I always say that create all the problems that many of us are experiencing. So for me to sit here today on this panel and to listen to my fellow panelists, and also looking forward to hearing whatever questions are coming from the audience, the perspective I'm coming from is representing the community and making sure that people are able to state their concerns and fight for what they deserve so that we can try to move forward, so that this type of report that we're reading maybe will be something that can be put to bed. I know I may be speaking with literally rose-colored glasses on, but you know, you have to aspire for something, to look towards something that will allow us to improve, because if you don't do that, then the other alternative is not so pleasant. So I think I'll just leave it at that in terms of my comments, and then turn it back to you, Dr. Eastland.
Thank you so much. Yes, please, please. Thank you. Now you see why we have this esteemed panel, and you know that really a lot of experience, a lot of expertise in this area, but also the connection to Harlem, and I think that that's really important. Just a bit of context and why I'm also happy to be here. So I was raised in Newark, New Jersey, so I cannot claim any part of New York City. But one of the things that is really similar, particularly for Newark, New Jersey, is that there's a social contract that also exists for the main public hospital in Newark, New Jersey, which is University Hospital Newark. It is called the Newark Agreement. It was established in 1968, right after the Newark riot. And in that social contract, there was a contract between the community, the medical school, the hospital, as well as business sector in that area. There have been broken promises. There are broken promises in Newark. There are broken promises here. And so what I want to ask the three of you, and I just want to get, you know, we could have saved this question to the end, but I do want to sort of talk about where do we go from here to hold this report more accountable, since we know that it has failed us already. It has not lived up to its stream. But when we see many of the same similarities, and we've already talked about some of the work that is happening, but there is so much more we need to do. And so, you know, I just want to open it up to the panel to see, where do we go from here?
One thing that popped into my mind as Ebene was speaking about the investment of funds, and a budget demonstrates your commitment, where your priorities are. And certainly policies are there, but policies cannot be implemented or enforced without teeth and money. And we've seen as of late what this government can do when they put their mind to it and they invest money. And for example, I'm looking at what's going on with our support across the pond, right? We're supporting, well, that, and also we're supporting a war. We're investing a lot of money into that, and I'm not trying to make a political statement, but I know that this government can produce money and put money forth when it wants to dedicated things. And so the government has to make a solid and firm decision that this is important enough that they take the money that they create and produce and divert it to those things that are lacking so that there can be true investment and change that's made. Talk is cheap. You got to put money behind it in order for things to happen. And so that would be one of the first comments I would make and follow up to what you stated. So.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I actually just came from Israel from 10 days, and one of the rabbis shared with us kind of a quote that I think is applicable to your question. Complex problems require complex solutions, and complex solutions require complex partnerships. And so I think interagency partnership and collaboration is required to really move the needle on outcomes. So health, I think, cuts across every sector. And this administration, you and I worked on the transition committee together, has prioritized interagency collaboration around health, not just healthcare. And the Department of Homeless Services, the Department of Education, the Department of Child Welfare, they all need to have skin in the game around health and around the outcomes, and not process measures, but actually demonstrating movement and progress in vaccination rates, in third next available appointments, in improving reimbursement for primary care visits, in some kind of creative recruitment strategy to get family practitioners employed throughout the city and state. And so I think we've got to start talking about the problem more cross-sectionally and ensuring that there is support of task forces, but also report cards and dashboards that are transparent and visible to the public so that we can see what is important. We can take the data that comes from city and state Department of Health and actually really address issues that are disproportionately impacting our communities. And in so doing, I think we will have progress that will allow this report not to be so contemporary. So I would just say partnership, collaboration, and accountability. I'm very big on dashboards and data. I'm a chief quality officer at heart. And so I would just say transparency of data, partnerships, and interagency collaboration, specifically among city governors.
Well, I'm just was reminded when you used the word complicated that I once said that in a press conference, and I learned that once you say a problem's complicated, as a public official, you're saying like I don't know what to do, so I would just say that probably the figure that all of you will leave with today is the one that you said to us, 62 cents. And white serving hospitals having $1.70, nearly threefold higher rates. So I would say structural problems need structural solutions. And the observation that black serving hospitals have less capital, have fewer resources to buy equipment that is now considered necessary for standard of care. This is documented, and the numbers are there. We have to fix the numbers. And I think some of the conversation about racism gets fixated on implicit bias and the ways in which a person appearing in the emergency room, this was reported here, you remember the woman comes in, if any of you read it, with a broken arm, and so they ask her, like, were you doing something illegal that you got a broken arm, at a hospital? That you would be asked, are you a disreputable person and your injury is related to who you are. We're not going to pay attention to you need care. Anyway, that goes on today. We have strong data that pain is underestimated, that there are real biases in care. But we have to start talking about the bricks and mortar of structural racism. And that, I think, has been, too little addressed. And it needs political will. In the last panel, I was thinking to myself, somebody said that he always says you got to register and vote. And I was thinking, well, I'm the health commissioner for the state. I ought to tell them, you all have to go get your booster. But, and that's true. If you haven't gotten a COVID shot in the last 2 months, you need to go get a booster if you're over 12, which it looks like all of you are. But I think, though, that was really important, that I don't want to be political either. I'm not telling anybody who to vote for, but we have to get people to pay attention to the honor that we all have if we are citizens of being able to vote. So we need political leadership in order to get there. We need recognition of the ways in which inequality is written in concrete, and not just in being a nice person or not. But I also just have to come back to there's a real, as a black woman who came through as the only black woman to graduate in my medical school class. I really have learned over the years that we're not supposed to talk about our personal experiences of racism. That's somehow you're thin-skinned, get over it. And I think we have to address that as well. That we continue to see on this platform of structural racism, as was seen in this report, the continued personal experience of racism. And we have to speak out against that as well.
No, that was perfect. Thank you so much. I mean, I think we sort of hear the themes there about investing in our resources, having political will, data, as well as partnership and collaboration. We have 10 minutes left. I don't know where the time went, but I have to get to some of the questions from the audience, as I have already made that commitment to you all. So I do want to just lift up this one question here that's asking about speaking to the ways in which community has been cared for for residents outside of the medical industrial complex. What we don't see in this report are the ways in which community uses different practices, spiritual practices, alternative practices. And I think, for all three of you to sort of talk about how we can help change that narrative, number one, and really bring it to the forefront. We certainly heard a lot during COVID-19. Hey, are you using your echinacea? Who's using golden seal? Can I use vitamin C to fight COVID-19?
I don't think so. I'm sorry. I'm a conventionally trained physician, so let me pass and give it. I know that this is important, yes. By the way. But please.
I think in particular in this community, we've tried to embrace the aspects of culture that are applicable to valid science. I think the prevalence of doulas and of assisting healers or assisting participants in the birthing process is something that has really come from our community and been lifted up. Contemplative practice and meditation, used to be very, it was very hippie-like, but now it's a part of stress management and, various aspects of blood pressure control. I think hearing from our community about what's valid that we can buy into and incorporating those practices into the health system has both deemed us culturally competent and relevant. And we serve, let's just say at Harlem, we serve a very high West African population. Many aspects of their culture have been brought into their care paradigm where applicable. If they say this is what I'm taking at home and it's not contraindicated, we've actually begun to write that into their medication summary to let them know that we acknowledge what they're taking. Home meds are a part of a reconciliation process that's actually required by the Joint Commission, but it still is something that we went wholeheartedly into. And talking to people about supports like home health aides that are really a part of their family, I think is something that's also non-conventional. People love to receive love and healing from their family. And the fact that now you can be trained to give appropriate care and support in the home, and that's reimbursed, I think is a step in the right direction for just incorporating aspects of community and culture into the mainstream construct of health. But I, too, am not a person that, introduces things that are not well evidenced and actually validated in science. But I love my physician community because they're from across this country, and they say, there are things that are valid about seasoning and about how people are eating. And there are things that we can take from other cultures just around weight management in particular. And so I would just say that we just need to be listening and be very open and have that cultural competency as a component of healthcare delivery as a, not a huge part, but definitely a valid and relevant component to consider.
I would just simply add quickly that it is important to make people, to validate where, and meeting people where they are. So creating an environment where people can feel comfortable to open and share what they do is important. And creating a system that will be open to hearing and receiving what people are sharing is very key. And so that goes back to making changes in our system where that open dialogue and conversation can happen so that you can meet people or meet at a happy median where maybe, we talk about high blood pressure. Quite frankly, I would love to see less medication prescribed, but encouraging people to go out and do more things that will help to raise their heart rate so that in turn can lead them down a path where they can lower their blood pressure. So, something as simple as that, creating a system where people can have open dialogue is very important and key to moving us along.
Yeah, thank you so much for those responses. And I do want to draw the connection to another card that I had received, because I do remember a lot of the conversation, particularly during some of the dark days during the COVID-19 response, about using some of the natural remedies, and folks would really talk about the need for cognitive justice, right? We have always heard, this connotation that, using natural remedies is not good, it's not bad, we don't know enough, we need evidence. But, someone had raised a really good point about the need to do the undoing the damage around the Flexner report. Around the closing of the medical schools, particularly in our communities, the ways in which, our practices, our natural practices, traditional practices, really did not receive a good light in that report. And so there is work that we have to do to really bring it into sort of today's science and understand more, particularly about some of those natural remedies. So I do want to sort of lift that up and make sure that I mention there. I did receive several cards about workforce, and this was a huge topic in this chapter for healthcare and environment. And so I think the way that I would phrase the question what steps have been taken to increase representation, particularly for African American and Latino physicians at Harlem Hospital, or are there other policies that you are all working on to increase representation, not just in medical schools or medical systems, but maybe even the public health department as well?
Sure. Well, all right, let me, before I launch into that, which is a really good question, let me acknowledge that it's very important that we appreciate that we are over-medicated, that we have, for example, one of the lessons learned in the COVID response is that too many people were intubated and put on ventilators, and we know now that that better medical management would have involved less aggressive movement to putting people on artificial ventilation. We saw with lethal effect the impact of overprescribing opioids, but we overprescribe just about everything. So I'm a conventional doctor, but I absolutely, in every way that we can use non-biomedical strategies, we need to address those. So, the workforce was a big part of the governor's most recent budget. And she announced a huge number was committed to workforce development. And it included the continued funding, I think it was $10 billion. Somebody out there who's with me from the department, if I got the governor's number wrong, it was a very big number. And part of that was acknowledgement of the fact that the workforce is too thin. And what we talk about all the time at the state is the fact that it's not, we run into problems with hospital capacity, not because there aren't enough beds, but because there aren't enough staff beds. So a new program was introduced to support nurse education, for example, It's called the nanny program, Nurses Across New York. There's also one for doctors where they get support for educational costs in return for a commitment in working in underserved areas. And additionally, the department, through this past budget, is supporting more efforts to support Black, Latino, and disadvantaged minorities, is sort of the official government term, in pursuit of medical education. So these are all reflected in the budget. Is it enough? Almost certainly not. Is it progress? Absolutely. And we badly need progress. The number of Black medical students today is not much different than it was when I was a medical student. And the number of Black men enrolled in medical school is frighteningly low. So I think the number I saw last was something in the range of 400 or 500 individuals out of some 23,000 medical students. So so we need to focus on this, and whoever asked the question, thanks for re-upping it.
I'll give an answer from two different perspectives. I grew up across the street in Lenox Terrace, and my father and mother both worked at Harlem Hospital. He was an oral surgeon, and his entire department was Black, and he created a partnership with Columbia University to take minorities from HBCUs like Meharry and other medical colleges to come. So I thought all doctors were Black when I was growing up. And so I then went somewhere else and was just shocked and appalled that every doctor wasn't Black, because Harlem Hospital has for some time been very well represented from a minority physician and nursing perspective. With that being said, I think there are supports from a budget perspective that the state has moved forward across the past 10 years through a process of waivers. And waivers come through the Department of Health and Human Services, and they're a way in which the Medicaid program can, in a budget-neutral way, move funding towards programs that will improve the outcomes of their recipients. And workforce, both in the prior waiver, which was around delivery reform and various incentive payments, as well as the one that's being constructed currently, they push healthcare providers to think about innovative recruitment strategies. Working and partnering with labor unions to create career laddering programs is something that I know we've participated in at Harlem Hospital in particular, and creating pipelines to positions in medicine, both from the middle school and high school level, are very important. And while being a doctor and nurse is key to healthcare, you need respiratory techs, you need central sterile employees, you need folks that really work across the healthcare continuum, social workers and pharmacists, and people often aren't introduced to those careers. So we used to do a lot of health fairs. I know I personally was working with many of the high schools in this community to talk about early entrance into the healthcare system, to talk about what roles you could have without going through many years and incurring much debt to be a provider. But we also participate in a national program called the National Health Care Resource Corps, which incents providers by waiving their loans for working a certain number of years in primary care, which includes women's health, behavioral health, HIV services, and general medicine for several years. And so then their debt is forgiven. And so the more people that participate in programs like that, the more incentives, the more partnerships that are created with labor unions and with the government to just subsidize tuition for some of these positions, I think will help better represent communities of color, not just Black or brown, but the full BIPOC spectrum in medicine. And it's proven that when a provider looks like you and speaks your language and understands your cultural mores, that they have the ability to connect with you in a much deeper human and in more humane way. So that's a great question, and I think the state is doing a wonderful job of working through that. We just have to have a lot more collaboration and people who are willing and able to go into positions that are within the healthcare sector.
I don't think,
Go ahead.
it's probably not
Go
much
ahead.
more I would add to what both of these lovely women have stated. It is an issue. I think about when I was even a pre-med, and they had all those numbers. I'm not going to tell you how long ago that was, but it was a while ago. And it sounds like the numbers are stacked, that they have not moved. They're the same. And that's very discouraging to hear that. But once again, we have to
They
persevere.
went up and came down. Just
Right.
to be,
I think it was like, it's
yeah.
kind of
It
pretty
wasn't
flat.
always flat. It went up, came
Yeah,
down.
but it's relatively flat. And, you know, once again, starting early is so key. And a lot of the work I've done in my career was working and overseeing pipeline programs at some of the major institutions, reaching out into the community at a very early age and reaching out to Black and brown children and letting them know that this is an opportunity that you can pursue, and you don't have to be an MD, even though, you know, being an MD is the bomb, but you don't have to do that. There are other things you can do in the healthcare system that are equally as important. And so I think just getting that information out there more to increase awareness, so that young girls and boys of color know that this is something that they can do. And you know, I'm hoping much of us out here doing this work are trying to set an example and being there so that young people see us and say, you know, this is something I can do because I see so-and-so doing it and I know it's possible. So I guess those will be the comments. God bless you if that was a sneeze. We know it's possible. We just have to keep pushing and doing the work. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, last question, and this is actually something, one, we got a question, and two, Mrs. Harden Cordero, we had talked about it earlier a bit, and I wanted to just get everyone's perspective on steps, work that you're doing around addressing mental health crisis in this state. And I think it's really important. We didn't see a lot discussed in this chapter. You know, and I do think it's important that we lift it up, and I really do appreciate whoever lifted up the question as well. So I want to turn to you. This is our last question, and anything else you want to add. But I do think it's important to just sort of talk about, particularly coming out of this response, going into recovery, how are we going to hold our community together and really focus on our mental health issues?
Well, I think it's really a good point that when considering health, this report in this chapter focused principally on healthcare services, although it contextualized the achievement in health and in everyday life, and it completely left out the idea of mental health as something that should be addressed, and it's left out of my agency at the state level. Although, of course, anytime you're talking about helping people deal with diabetes or high blood pressure, any chronic disease, you're talking also about mental health issues. But there's an entirely separate agencies led by the esteemed Dr. Ann Sullivan called the Office of Mental Health at the state level. So I haven't. So we're not doing that much direct programming, but I think that there will be nobody on the panel who challenges the idea that there is no health without mental health, and that as we seek to get people to come forward for diagnosis, participate in their care, we also have to assess their mental health and acknowledge the presence of anxiety and depression as key barriers to the achievement of good physical health, the most common mental health condition. But I'm rambling a bit because we don't actually have any direct programmatic activities in the State Health Department.
If I can jump in quickly.
We do deal with harm reduction services. You jump in. We haven't had enough interactive stuff.
I think it is quite amusing that you said that on the state level. You don't have mental health in there, where in New York City Department of
they were merged.
Of Mental Health, they have mental in their title. So that's a movement in the right direction. And you're right, the mind and body connection is real, and it's something we've become even more acutely aware of with COVID and some of the after effects of what COVID is doing in our community. And so there definitely needs to be more investment coverage around mental health so that people are able to, one, feel clear and free to say they have a mental health issue, so that and it's not frowned upon, but looked at as if you're dealing with issues of blood pressure or any other condition. It's a condition that can be treated when approached appropriately. So I wanted to make sure I responded to that. I know on the community boards that I sit on, and I stated to I sit on two, Harlem, CAB, and also Community Board 9. And mental health is one of the issues that we've been leaning into a lot lately because it's everywhere. I mean, we can see it, and we know that there's something going on, and serious attention and care needs to be invested towards that, or else it's going to be really hard to deal with some of the other issues that are plaguing our community. So there just has to be more of a concerted effort to deal with that, among other things.
Okay, I go to Baptist Church, so I can give you 3 points and I can close really quickly. One, I would say stigma, and so decreasing the stigma associated with accessing mental health services is something that has to be better socialized in our community. It has to be a conversation in our churches, in our homes, and generationally accepted by people who are very reluctant to support people going to get therapy or accessing services, and also people who are shamed. And so shame and blame accompany much of why people do not access mental health services, and the stigma associated with being crazy and labeling, I think just needs to be addressed very directly, as directly as the conversation we had about racism, because it is not the norm in communities of color to access therapeutic services for their behavioral health conditions, or to acknowledge that sadness isn't, a long-term condition, and that can be depression, and that, you're not just high-strung, you can have anxiety disorder. And so these are things that we don't need to explain away. So the second thing is integration. So behavioral health and primary care co-location, I think, is a very important concept that needs to be better really better scaled across the healthcare system. Screening for depression at many different parts of the engagement with your provider are important. So not just by a very low-skilled, medical assistant on the front end. Do you feel like killing yourself? Like, that's not a good screening. So a conversation with your provider and making sure that when you go postpartum, there's, storytelling that's associated with how you feel, I think, is important in the mental health conversation. And then workforce. It is impossible to find a psychiatrist in New York. And when you do not have sufficient operating capital, you cannot be competitive in terms of your compensation bundle, and therefore you are not able to really provide the full spectrum of services necessary. You may have psychologists, you may have social workers, but you really do not have the nurse practitioner support and the provider support in this state that's required. So incentive payments like what we talked through, loan forgiveness, and also telemedicine and telepsychiatry, I think, is important. So we're seeing a proliferation of virtual visits, which is phenomenal, and there's even virtual mat therapy that is being administered to some patients. And so what I'm doing personally is bringing some of that to our clients here in New York from other states, and making sure that it's reimbursed, but just allowing for a person in need to have access to a service that most people can't recruit for, I think is just a step in the right direction.
Amazing. Please give a round of applause for our panel. I think the best way to just close and just to sum up, and a quote from Audre Lorde is that we do not have and should not have single issue solutions because people do not live single issue lives. And so this chapter, I think, is really clear that we need to be collaborative, we need partnerships, we need to really think about our solutions grounded in health, but making sure that we're also thinking about justice-impacted individuals, which I know is the next panel, education, housing, and so much more. And so I do want to thank our panel again, Dr. Bassett, Ms. Carrington, Mrs. Harden-Cordero for being with us today.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, that's great. People are still awake. Thank you. My name is Sheena Wright. I am the Deputy Mayor for Strategic Initiatives for the Eric Adams administration here in New York City. And we are so grateful to Commissioner Toole. Where is she? There she is for her. Yes, clap, please. For her leadership and vision for this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Those of us who are in the Adams administration and new, Brendan McGuire is here, our chief counsel. Hello, Brendan. Yes, let's clap for Brendan as well. We were so grateful just to know the great work that Doris is doing under Commissioner Toole's leadership. And when we found out about this report, and the historic nature of it and all of the work that we're trying to accomplish as an administration, we were just so excited to support such a convening. I will also confess, I am a Harlem resident. I live right up the street. So this is definitely a homecoming. And when I think about the history of Harlem and what it means for the Black community and the diaspora of Black people all over the world, it's so fitting to be at the Schomburg, which is such an important institution where I've spent many, 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 many days and afternoons and mornings and evenings learning and studying, and just so grateful that this institution stands as strong as it does today. So I just wanted to say those things. This is the last panel before we do our culminating conversation about the report and the community's response to it. And I think they say save the best for last. What do you guys think?
Let's hope so.
There you go.
Right.
Obviously, this panel is about public safety and justice. And just the juxtaposition of those two words for the Black community in particular, and in Harlem, right, is meaningful. Our communities here in New York City and Harlem and around the city and around the world are often over-policed and and not over-policed and historically, but not kept as safe as we would like at the same time. So when we think about this report, when it was originally written, and it was in response to a quote-unquote riot, and the first response was obviously a police response. And we think about the working of the panel, what the mayor at the time wanted to do. What was very interesting to me is that the police commissioner at the time refused to participate. All of the many other government leaders and agency leaders participated in the study, in the recommendations, and the police commissioner at the time refused. So that tells you a lot. We obviously are in a different place. We have a Black first woman commissioner for the city of New York in the history of the city of New York. And that is meaningful in terms of representation, lived experience. All of those things really matter. And we have a mayor who was a police officer for over 20 years and who fought within the police department for more equity, more justice, not only for the communities that the police is charged with keeping safe, but for the officers and for the mobility and representation of officers within the force. So very, very different leadership than we had back when this report was originally written. And the administration really is deeply looking at public safety and justice as not things that are opposing points of view, but that they are intricately intertwined. Understanding and appreciating that some of the symptoms that we are experiencing, whether it's gun violence or a rash of rise in other crimes, really are the result of root causes of economic injustice, of structural racism, and really understanding those two things, how housing and all of the things that were discussed earlier today really play into the presence or lack of presence of public safety and justice in the city of New York and in communities like Harlem. One of the things that I do is I co-chair the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, which is a group of leaders across government, as well as really engaging community and key stakeholders in the nonprofit and the academic worlds as well, to really, again, look at the symptoms as well as the root causes and go upstream, because we know that we can't achieve the dual goals of public safety and justice with only policing, certainly. We also need to be invested in housing, in workforce development, in entrepreneurialism, in health, in education, and all of those things. And those are areas which you've heard about all day today, where there's been systemic underinvestment and disinvestment in Harlem and communities like Harlem. So that is the work that we're setting out to do. I am so grateful, we are so grateful to be joined by real experts and luminaries in this space, and I'm really excited to hear from them. I'm gonna do a little bit of an introduction and then ask them to kind of give us some remarks, and then we're gonna have a conversation. I'll be asking them some questions. I think we want to hear from the audience. I know there are index cards. You guys are probably doing this all day. You can write them down. I'm sure we'll also figure out how to get questions from people that are online. And we really want to have a conversation about a critically important set of issues. So immediately to my right is Dr. Bruce Western, who is the Bryce Professor of Sociology and Social Justice and Director of the Justice Lab at Columbia University, my alma mater, a couple times over. Dr. Weston studies poverty and socioeconomic inequality with a focus on the U.S. criminal justice system. He's doing a lot of incredible projects right now and has done many, and one of particular interest to me, and I just want to call out, was a randomized experiment assessing the effects of criminal justice fines and fees on misdemeanor defendants in Oklahoma City, and a field study of solitary confinement in Pennsylvania state prisons. He is very distinguished, has many, many awards, a member of the National Academy of Sciences, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and the American Academy of Political and Social Sciences. So welcome, and we're so happy to have you in this conversation, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And then the next panelist, I feel like is an old friend / family member, Reverend Fred Davey, who is the Senior Strategic Advisor to the President of Union Theological Seminary, where he had served as Executive Vice President for a decade. As Senior Strategic Advisor, he provides counsel on public programming, racial justice and racial equity, and social justice and community engagement. Mr. Davey is also Senior Advisor for Racial Equity at Interfaith Youth Corps. And in March 2021, and this is really relevant for this conversation, Mayor Bill de Blasio appointed him to the Racial Justice Charter Reform Commission of the City of New York, a commission that was tasked with reviewing the city's charter and delivering proposals for charter revisions, as well as policy and programmatic revisions on the state and federal level. And I'm so proud and pleased that we are bringing forth those changes to the charter, and that there's going to be a referendum coming up for people to vote, so that we can, that's part of the structural changes that we need in order to move forward as a city. Mr. Davey also served as chair of the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board and was appointed by Mayor Bill de Blasio in April 2017. The CCRB is an agency established by the City of New York with civilian oversight of the New York City Police Department, which is the nation's largest municipal law enforcement. Again, has many, many distinguished awards as well. And is also a Charles H. Revson Fellow at Columbia. So we got Columbia all up in here. So that's also good to know. So I'm going to start with you, Fred. If you can you've obviously had a lot of experience, particularly around civilian review and police oversight. and have obviously read this report. So I would love to understand your reflections on the report and where we are today.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Wright, for moderating the panel, but for your leadership in the city, not just in this current role, but over the decades that I've known you, and it does feel a little bit like Old Home Week here. And I want to thank the Adams administration more generally, and all those who had a hand in organizing this this day and this panel. I want to thank Liz Glazer, who's here somewhere, who also has been a colleague in this work and talked to me about joining the panel today as well. So in reading the report, I actually didn't know it existed until it was brought to my attention. And obviously I paid a lot of attention to the section on policing and the recommendations that came as a result of that panel or that group of people meeting. Seems to me that there were themes then that resonate now. The biggest theme is about trust between the police and community, which is crucial and which has been frayed, as we know, over the centuries and over the decades and in recent history. And then if you look at the recommendations, all the recommendations generally have to do, and there are 4 of them, or 5 of them, generally have to do with engaging the community in some way, whether it's recommending that the then police commissioner have an advisory committee, or that the police commissioner engage with instructing officers on how to relate to the community and do their jobs in the community, and then if the officers somehow violated that, then they would be held accountable for that. Recommendations about sort of ongoing engagement with young people in the community and things like that. So, or early warning systems, so that if the community had misinformation, there would be a way to get that information, to get correct information out to the community to avoid the riots from happening again as they did when it seems as if the community in 1935 did not have all the information about what was going on with the arrest in that situation. And so what I want to focus on basically is what I know the most about, and that is, and which is a theme in both the report from 1936 and now in the air today, and that is a theme about civilian oversight, civilian engagement with police, and in this case, the NYPD. And there are a few things that I think we've done, progress that we've made, that we should continue to encourage and advance. And I just want to lay some of those things out and then see if we can have a conversation about them going forward. Let me say, one of the big steps that the department made, it seemed to me, in the last couple of years, and particularly as this last administration was going out, was to develop a matrix of discipline for the police department. So we know exactly what penalties will be related to what violations of the police department's the police department's regs for the cops themselves. And we at CCRB, when I was there, made an attempt to socialize that matrix and those penalties and that are related to infractions of the police guide to the community, and to really make that public. And there's still a lot more work to be done on it, but it's an objective measure. It says these are the regulations that govern how police do their jobs, particularly how they engage with community, and these are the penalties that come with those infractions. Now, some work needs to be done on it, but it's an objective piece out there. And then Police Commissioner Shea, and I signed, with the support of the administration and the CCRB board, a memorandum of understanding. And that MOU said that as long as the CCRB, in adjudicating cases related to the NYPD, adhere to that matrix, to the set of penalties that correspond to infractions by police officers, then the police commission, the police department, would uphold CCRB's recommendations for discipline. Now, why is that important? It's important because the community needs to know that the agency that's charged with representing the community in relation to police conduct actually has the, quote, teeth to enforce the discipline recommendations that it makes. And that has been the biggest criticism of civilian oversight of the NYPD. So there's a fix there, and I would simply encourage us to take another look at that and to see if we can't advance it in this administration. I would say also that short of that, I mean, unless we do that, I think there'll be more of a push for either an elected CCRB, which I think would be Civilian Complaint Review Board, a Civilian Oversight Board for the police department, which I think would be a major mistake. And I think it would be a mistake because all kinds of people could get involved in electing people to the board. All kinds of money could get involved in that, and that would seem to me really corrupt the process. Let me just run through a few other things that I think we should continue to work on to advance. CCRB can now initiate investigations, which it couldn't do before. That is a big deal because now the agency no longer has to wait on citizens or anyone else to make a complaint. If the agency knows of an infraction, given the amount of video we have out there, the amount of surveillance that goes on, then the agency itself can begin to, can initiate its own investigations into infractions. And that's really important. Or someone can report it and they don't want to be involved in the actual adjudication or investigation, then once it's reported, CCRB can do its own investigation. That level of authority for a civilian agency that's representing the community seems to me to be really important. There's also the opportunity now to investigate false official statements by police officers. Again, this is about building trust, it's about building accountability. So when police officers come in to talk to the CCRB about cases where allegations have been made against them, then they have the obligation to tell the truth. And if they don't tell the truth, then the agency itself can hold them accountable to that and no longer necessarily has to wait on the department or any other entity to act. The agency also has the ability to investigate racial bias in policing now, and that's a reg that just passed recently. And so I want to thank the administration for being engaged with that, for supporting it. I know Arva Rice, who now chairs the Civilian Complaint Review Board, is an appointee of this mayor and strongly supports that. That is really good to see because it's racial prejudice that's at the root of the report of 1935, and it's racial bias and racial prejudice that continues to haunt policing in this country. And there's just kind of no way to get around that. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It's very real, and this new authority given to civilian oversight in New York is a way of beginning to address that. So it's really important. So I think it's an important thing to have happen. Two more things and I'll stop. One is that community meetings and working to build rapport between cops and community is obviously extremely important. And there's a lot of that going on now. Community boards are doing it. There are community advisory boards at the precinct level. But this big civilian agency that we have that has responsibility for the NYPD is also engaged in a lot of that work. And I think it's really, really important that we keep that dialogue going between the police and community, no matter how dire things get. I was happy to see as I was driving across 125th Street from Union Seminary, right by Columbia, over here today, that there's a big event just down the block between the police and the community. It looks like it's a big sports event where the police are out there with the kids. That kind of engagement is extremely important, and I think we only need more of it and in more places. Finally, I would propose a residency requirement, and I know this is very controversial, but for the hiring of NYPD officers going forward, and then encourage those who don't live in the city to come back with certain incentives that people smarter than me can craft and draft and support in this administration. But that would be another recommendation on my part. I'm willing to have, obviously, eager to have a discussion about this. This is some of the stuff that got sparked for me by reading that report, the themes that continue to recur even over these many decades. Lots of progress has been made, but there's more than that we could do, and I look forward to being a part of that process, and thank you again for allowing me to be a part of the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Thank you so much. And so happy that we are joined here by Aisha Sekou. No worries, you are working hard. Yes, so I'm gonna make sure that I introduce you after Bruce speaks here and get you right into that conversation. But I think definitely you gave us lots of good food for thought, Fred, about engagement, I would say communication and transparency, objective, oversight that will continue in our conversation. So Bruce, why don't I turn it over to you to open us up as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be on this panel. Thanks to Liz Glazer. It's really an honor to appear with you all and for this conversation. I feel like, in some ways, a little bit of an outsider to this conversation. Most of my research is in the area of incarceration rather than policing. And in New York City, Rikers Island over the last few years has really been my focus. But from my perspective as a sociologist, I look at the original report that brings us here today, and it's so striking for me, and Fred, you made this observation as well, that the issues that were being analyzed in that report resurfaced in the 1960s in the Kerner Commission report, and we're revisiting them today. And it makes me ask, how much progress have we made? What stood in the way of progress? What can we do differently this time that we were unable to do in 1935, that we were unable to do in 1968? With my sociologist's hat on, there are historical continuities that are really striking for me. There are powerful social contexts of really deep inequality that provides the social context for a lot of crime in the city, and the way in which we've responded to crime, in which police become overwhelmingly the frontline response to what are a pretty complicated set of social issues. Violence and real harm is part of that, but deep and enduring poverty, multi-generational poverty, is the context in which crime is happening. And it's not just low-income communities. The poverty that formed the social context that was being addressed in Harlem in the 1930s and in the 1960s was very spatially concentrated. There's a relatively small number of neighborhoods that are really struggling economically, that are also dealing with problems of serious crime and insecurity of that kind, and that's a long-standing problem. Why is this so spatially concentrated? It's because of segregation. It's because of historic patterns of racial segregation, not just in New York City, but in cities across America. And racial segregation remains a really serious problem today. And there are, in communities that are really struggling economically, there are a whole variety of other social problems in addition to crime. Toxicity of the environment. There are environmental threats. Is drinking water clean? Is air clean in this community? And those things are really critical influences on the development of kids in those communities that are also contending with a lot of poverty. Affordability of housing, availability of healthcare, and not just medical care, but also treatment services and mental health care. So there's this overlaying of a lot of problems that, and challenges that form part of the context in which serious crime emerges. But we seem to have one dominating response, one frontline response when crisis happens, and that's police. And this puts police in a bind because they're called upon to deal with a very, very complicated social setting, but they've really only got one tool. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they've really only got one tool at their disposal, and that's contact with the system, arrest, and then the criminal courts. And of course, that's completely mismatched to the social problems that communities are contending with. So with my sociologist's hat on, I think the political challenge for us is how do we deal with problems of crime, yes, serious violence, yes, but in a social context in which there are a whole variety of other things going on for which we need different responses. And this seems to be a really long-standing challenge for the country that dates at least since the 1930s, and I think we're dealing with it now. So this doesn't sound too pessimistic. I want to call out some real wins, really important wins that we've had that I think could disrupt the whole logic, which seems pretty inexorable in this whole situation. I think the things I think of are things like Obamacare, Medicaid expansion. This was really game-changing, really expanding healthcare in low-income communities. Over the last couple of years, we've had a very significant decline in child poverty rates in the United States. And there have been temporary measures that have been connected to the pandemic that the Congress has signed on to. And we came within one vote. In the Senate of really changing the anti-poverty regime in this country and moving millions and millions of children out of poverty in a lasting way. And I think things like that begin to change the whole conversation about what it means for a community to be safe. And so somehow I think we've got to have the policing conversation and how do we get democratic accountability of police. That is fundamental in a liberal democratic society. We've got to have that conversation, and we've got to have the conversation about social justice, economic opportunity, and those two things are so intimately connected, and this is how we squared the circle that the Deputy Mayor was talking about public safety and justice. That's how we bring those two things into alignment, I think.
Thank you so much. Yes, yes. So many things there that I know we will absolutely pick up on in the conversation. And as you were talking, it reminded me, Mayor Adams talks about public safety being the prerequisite to prosperity, and prosperity is the prerequisite to public safety, right? If you have equal access to opportunity, economic mobility, and also when you talked about some of the things that the police are charged with addressing all these other issues, and I know the previous panel addressed health and mental health as well. So many things to talk about there, so thank you for putting that all on the table. So I'd love to introduce Aisha Sekou, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Street Corner Resources, and a sister, my sister, I love you.
Thank you.
Street Corner Resources.
Thank you.
Their mission is to bring education, employment, training, resources to the community to help young people improve their lives. She has received congressional recognition and a congressional proclamation from the U.S. House of Representatives, the Manhattan Borough President's Trailblazer Award, and she also, and many, many other distinguished recognitions. And she is right here in Harlem in terms of the work that she is doing. She has an expert in adult education, and she is a mama in the community and really like on the front line. So Aisha, I want to invite you into this conversation.
Well,
and what we're
thank
doing
you
is
for
just
having me.
each panelist is saying a few words, and then we're going to open it up for conversation with the audience and amongst each other.
So was there a particular question that was?
Well, just if you can give obviously the conversation is about this report, 1935, and kind of where we are today around these issues around public safety and justice.
Great. I'm glad, one, that we are having this conversation. And I really pray, and my challenge to people who are in the room is to help move the conversation, the things that you hear and have heard, to move it beyond talk. I believe action is truly required. We had a very serious time. So forgive me, I was in the parade with the kids yesterday, or the day before yesterday, whenever it was, right? My days are off now. And we had like an amazing time. And all of the young people, I didn't even really get a chance to talk on the microphone. The young people took the microphone and they encouraged young people to come to peace. They danced, and it just made me, I'm screaming for them for what they're saying. It's amazing how young people are beginning to take on this new way. So you hear my voice, it's like it is because I was with them thinking I was their age, dancing and everything in the parade. So with that, let me just say one thing. One, I truly believe that where violence is concerned, we have to not just, it's nice for us to have these nice conversations, and I always love to have my voice in it. But I think that we have to really think about how we think about the young people who are involved in violence, right? And one of you, or both of you said the why. Why are young people choosing? They're making a clear choice, a lot of them. They tell me, yo, Miss Aisha, not for nothing, you can't tell me nothing. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, right? And I know how to do some things to get them still, but not everybody knows. They don't know the pain that our young people are in. The pain is deep. Like, you see the kid, but you don't see the backdrop story on that. Each one of them are different. There's no, brush. I had 60-something kids this summer, and each one of them came with their own, stuff that we needed to help them to kind of work on or look at. And then they came with some great things that they were able to share that they knew how to do. And what I see is, even friends of mine, they often remark about me being with young people who look different to them, and they might wear their pants sagging or their hat backwards or talk a language that, my my folks that's my age don't understand. But we make oftentimes too many judgments, I think, and we serve them up to the system in a way that is not protecting them. I hope you get that. We serve them up because we stand by and we believe. And I say we because I had my own beliefs. I had to work on that. You know, just because he come in and the pants are sagging, hat turned backwards, he talking out the side of his neck, he walk past me and don't say excuse me, let the door fall in my face. You know, how wrong do I make him over that? Because when I get to know that kid, I find out that, you know what, he'll say to me, you know, I want to be a pilot. I say, you want to be a pilot? I say, that's great. I say, I want you to get on your smartphone and look up Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. I used to live in Daytona Beach, Florida, so I used to take my daughter there to watch the airplanes, right? So he looked it up, and, you know, they get a chance to not just dream, you get a chance to help them see themselves beyond where they are at that moment. And we have to do more of that because we are serving. I hope I'm on point. I don't know if I am or not, but this is what's on my mind and heart. How are we seeing them? In the parade, I watched those kids that came to dance and, you know, and all of that with us. And they wanted the shirt. This is not the one, but we have one that says, I am peace. They wanted to put it on. If you saw these kids every day in the street, you would probably think whatever your thoughts are, but they really want peace. They want a better life. They want somebody like you, to say to them, how are you doing? I have a program at my job, or why don't you shadow me on a particular day, or can I help you to get in a GED program, or, you know, do something, help you to do something that you really want to do. I wish my voice was stronger because I'm not saying it the way I'm feeling it because my voice is hoarse. But we have to do something different. The other part of that, and I have to say because I heard you all talk about the police. So my feeling with police in our communities is one, I agree with you. They should live in our community, and not only should they just live here, the composition in the department should not have to look perfectly like the community, but it should be balanced in the way that the community appears. You get it? Somebody say, I got that. Okay, because when you, and I'm not saying every cop, because we had just the other day when it was the parade, we had to do a little standoff, and the cop was black. And he was trying to move the kids while they were talking about peace. And I said, we're not gonna leave this block until these kids send a message of peace. It was right here on 35th Street. And this is my neighborhood. I've been here 38 years over here, right? So, and everybody was screaming for the kids. And he said, well, you're gonna have to move along. And I said, well, we're not going anywhere. He didn't come from here. And I said, well, we're not going anywhere. They need to send a message of peace right here, not just to send it, but because there had been shots fired. There was a kid that I knew for a long time that was caught with a gun. It caused a whole big series of other events to happen. And I know how often guns come out on 136th and 7th, 135th, Lenox, 5th, and all of that. So anyway, he was trying to push us along, and the guy who was driving the float was trying to honor his request to move along. Well, anybody that knows me knows that I don't really go along to just get along, right? And so you can call that whatever you want. I call it what my mother taught me. When you know that the thing in the moment is right, and I knew that those kids were waiting to give a performance right there. It was only going to be 5 minutes. It took him 15 to try to stop us. So the kids, when I told them, I said, stand in front of the truck. Y'all are going to stand in front of the truck. It's not the driver's fault. It means that you're going to do the performance, you're going to send the message, you're going to call up to all of them people looking out the window to come join us in bringing peace to this area where there's been a lot of ugliness, right? And they did it. The white shirt inspector, I think it was Officer Chin, right, came over and he said, great. He said, I'm glad that the kids performed, and the message was powerful. It was them, not my message, it was theirs. And so they did their little protest, and they were happy that they stood in a place on their own. You know, I encouraged it, yes, and I'll take the weight for that. I'm okay with that. But they sent their message, their friends saw them, other young people came over. And so what I'm saying is that we have to allow our young people to, be okay in our community and be okay with us helping them to improve on whatever it is we think that they need to get better about. Sitting back talking about what they should do and shouldn't do does not help. You know what helps? If you're an architect, you say, you know what, I see you every day. I want to show you what I do, just to kind of see if you like it, right? So we have to share who we are with them. We cannot walk by them and watch them go bad, because we are just as bad as them going bad if we do that. You understand? All right, so the last thing is and it's never really the last thing, is police policy is never going to be the last thing, right? It's always so much. But what I think about when I see the police and our young people, and I walk up on a lot of situations often, and I know a lot of the officers. I knew them when my daughter was little, and some of them will be retiring soon. And we have a great relationship. So this is not about being adversarial with the police, but I've watched some come and go with behavior that should never have shown up in our community. And I don't have to go through every story because I have a whole bunch of them, but I have as many great stories with police officers. But what I'll say is that we, as community members from whatever place you come from, wherever you sit at work for 8 hours during the day and wherever you are in your evening, we should demand that officers be accountable and work within police policy. What we're seeing right now because of guns is some of them think that that means that you can go and do whatever you want under the guise of we have to get guns off the street. Yes, we do, but they cannot use that to have rogue behavior. So I want to make sure that I say that, because our community should not become like a prison. It should not make every single young person that moves around coming from school going to play basketball. It should not make them wrong, because our community is plagued in some ways with violence. I think that we have a great city. We are intelligent enough to figure out good ways to get guns off the street and also keep our community safe, and of course make our young people feel valued within our educational system and not make our schools prisons either. So I just want to make sure I say that. I think I've said enough right now, but definitely I'm hoping that I'm stirring something in you to make you take some action wherever you are, whatever you could do. Talk to a young person. Just get one, all right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so much of what you brought up, you know, certainly from young people's perspective, you know, pain, trauma, their dreams and goals, how we are seeing and serving young people, and talking about police behavior. So lots of really, really very rich conversation here from these really distinguished panelists. There are 4 themes that I heard kind of throughout everyone's comments. And I'm just gonna name them, and I'm gonna ask each of you a question. You know, one was certainly about community and how community is centered in all of this. I know there's a book called We Keep Us Safe. And, you know, this concept that, you know, New York City has 35,000 police officers. It's a city of 8, 9, maybe 10 million people. And so when we talk about public safety and community well-being, it is this collective shared responsibility. That's something I've absolutely heard the police commissioner say. And the community conditions, right, that create or don't create. The focus on our young people, right? When we talk about public safety and justice, we're often talking about young people and centering their voices and experiences. The third is about kind of the economic drivers of public safety and justice and structural racism and those things. And the fourth, really the role of the police, accountability, system structures that are necessary in order to achieve these dual goals. So lots of food for thought. And I think in the spirit of certainly Bruce and Aisha and as well as Fred, there's a lot of things, but as we look back to 1935 and here we are in 2022 with all the forces and factors that we have, what is one thing that you think would be transformational, important, really move the needle in our quest for public safety and justice here in the city of New York? One kind of major thing that you think we should be doing. And I'll start with you, Fred. Not the magic thing, just one thing. It could be whatever.
So I'm going to sound like a broken record a little bit, and it's, again, it won't be without some controversy. But I think we've got to increase people's confidence in civilian oversight of the police department. That's just a drum I'll beat. And one big way to do that is to allow final authority for the CCRB over CCRB managed or adjudicated cases. That's not to suggest anything about any sitting commissioner, because I said it, this is the third commissioner under which I've said this, and the second mayor. So it has nothing to do with either an administration or a commissioner. But I do believe that if the civilian, the agency that's responsible for the community's ability to hold the police department accountable has final authority on the cases it adjudicates, not all cases, just the one it adjudicates, then I think there would be a lot more confidence in the fact that the officers of the NYPD, most of whom, sort of 90% of whom do what they're supposed to do on any given day, and a very small percentage don't. But as you pointed out, 36,000 police officers, 10% is 3,600. That creates its own dynamic. But if the people had confidence that the agency that was responsible for oversight, civilian agency, actually had the authority to enforce what it recommends, then I think that would be a big step forward in addressing or increasing trust between the community and the people who serve them in the police department.
Thank you. Bruce?
It's a great question. I want to take up the theme of young people that Aisha introduced. I think there would be enormous benefit from a very significant investment in the economic opportunities of young people. And so what does that mean? That means investment, not just sort of jobs programs, summer work programs, things like that, but a significant investment in career employment. And that could be in college jobs, white-collar jobs that require a college education. It could mean skilled trades. But these are the jobs that provide employment continuity and provide people with a clear path out of poverty, provide a whole bunch of social stability on many dimensions. So significant investment in education, training for career employment for young people. What's young people? Probably 16 to 25 sort of thing. A bridge out of school into adult life, which has become utterly disrupted over the last few years for young people.
Great, great. And our chancellor, our new chancellor of the New York City Public Schools, David Banks, as well as the chancellor of CUNY, have really launched this Pathways to an Inclusive Economy for all students. So they are on track to do that, and certainly it's a great suggestion and really important. Aisha?
So, you know, so many things come to mind about what would be good we're talking in particular about our young people in order to make change in this city. And I think that we would benefit greatly from hearing from them about what is going on. Because, see, all of us grown folk who already lived have our thought about how things should be for them. But if you talk to them like I talk to the young people in my program and I say, okay, they were like, Miss Aisha, what are we gonna do? I say, well, tell me what you wanna do. And then out of that comes a bigger conversation. If you had money to do whatever you wanted to do, what would you do? And they say a lot of things, you know, like they wanna go to places they never been, or if I ask them about the public school system, what would make it so that you would be inside the building more than outside? Like, what could be created that happens? It's gonna happen for the whole year. But what would you create in that school that keeps young people in? And I think, you know, I've heard a lot of things. One, at Harlem Renaissance High School, when Inez Dickens talked about, I twisted her arm to put a music studio there. It wasn't me. It was the kids who said they wanted a studio. And the ones who didn't come to school came to school just to get in the music studio. So I think if we're talking about real change, and you know, they're the ones who are gonna lead. You know, they are the ones who are gonna be on these panels and in the audience, and we have to give them the feel. I think if we allow them to think and dream and plan, even to plan some of what's being planned now. I know David is working very hard to create a school system that's strong. And I know he has listened to young people's voices, but I think that we need to make that very much a regular part, not just in the schools, but even in other city agencies. What happens, you know, to them? So I want to belabor the point. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean, absolutely.
But I think we need to hear our young people.
Oh, great. Look, we have lots of questions. Very good. No, youth engagement and really centering people with lived experience and the people who we are in service to is critical. And I do want to thank New York City Speaks, because I do think that they facilitated some conversations as part of this panel. New York City Speaks was the largest public policy survey in the history of the city of New York. About 63,000 New Yorkers responded, including almost 19,000 young people, which was amazing. And we certainly need to continue to do that very intentionally. Okay, so let me see if I need my glasses. See if I can, there's lots of great things here. So let me try to see if I can group them here. Ooh, there's a lot of things here. All right. Oh my. Okay. Okay. All right, let's do this one. This one is for Professor Western. As the director of the Columbia Justice Lab, are you investing in the Women's Center for Justice? Are you rescinding support? If not investing, why not? That sounds like a particular issue, so.
It is. So do you want me to speak to it? Or
sure, why not?
Yeah, no, this is there's a controversy that has sort of flared up in the last few months. The Women's Center for Justice is a group of formerly incarcerated women who are exploring the development of a new facility, a Harlem-based facility that is trying to address the needs of women who are incarcerated and who have been exposed to a lot of trauma. I don't want to get super into the weeds on this, at Rosie's at the moment, which is our current facility in the city for the incarceration of women. That's a facility of 1,100 people, and there are about 330 women now at Rosie's. The proposal is for a 100-bed facility in Harlem. So this is a very significant proposal for decarceration led by women with direct experience in the system. I think it's a very important contribution to the conversation we're having in the city about closing Rikers. The Justice Lab's not affiliated with WCJA in any way, but as a personal matter for me, I think this is exactly the kind of conversation we need to have about decarceration and closing Rikers.
Yes, and I was happy to meet with them as well in my role, and said it's a very important part of the conversation, so happy to lift that up. There's a question here about the current the asylum seekers and the migrant population's impact on justice and public safety for citizens here in New York, and as well, what creative and tangible ways are being implemented by the Adams administration to address the concerns revealed in this 1936 report. Maybe I'll just say a word about what's happening with the asylum seekers. You know, New York City obviously is a city that is heavily composed and comprised of immigrants from all over the world, and you know, seeking better opportunity, seeking justice, and this group is no different than people who've come in the past. And I think what we're seeing now is really our need to be responsive to their needs. And make sure that, you know, they are settled, they have housing, they have their immediate needs being addressed. They've obviously been through a very traumatic experience. And I think, you know, it's safe to say at this point, you know, people are really just trying to be settled and figure out what the next phases and next steps are in their lives. And there's not an over, you know, concern about them at all being any threat to public safety at all. But we are really trying to be in service of those new members of the New York City community. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything about that. Creative and tangible ways. These are real, you guys got some zingers in here, the whole thing. I mean, like, it's one after the other. Go ahead.
Anything, sorry, that I would want to say is that we have to be very careful how we treat the new immigrant population, because our children are watching, and this will come up in a whole different way later on. So if we want to rid ourselves or try to help our young people to be less angry about the way we have left things or done things, we have to be careful about how we treat them, because they are us, we are them, and our kids see it. Our young people see it. So I just want to say that they're watching.
That's a great point. Creative and tangible ways that were being implemented to address the concerns. I think, you know, Bruce talked about investing in young people. You know, we had a historic investment in summer youth employment and other investments upstream with our young people, the real transformation of our educational systems, designed to create pathways. Some of the stuff I said, I think, at the top of the panel, in terms of really investing in access to housing, access to some of the economic barriers and things that cause the disease of crime and violence in communities. We've done a lot to really help the police partner with professionals, whether it's mental health professionals who are responding to mental health issues and emergencies. So there's a whole body of work, and we will continue to learn, certainly from the past and from all of the experts that have been gathered today as we move this conversation forward. So we're excited about that. Okay, what else do we have? I'm trying to You guys wrote a lot on these cards here. All right, health, justice, and public safety and housing. What to do, who to call. If you have mentally ill tenants with violent behavior, or people who are in the community and are mentally ill, I'm so glad that our health commissioner, Dr. Ashwin Vasan, his expertise is in mental health and also with people with severe mental health issues. So he's really making sure that all of the resources that we can bring to bear, and they're community-based organizations that have a level of expertise and care, as well as the health department really focusing in on that, partnering with police. So to the extent that you see these issues that are, where there's a preponderance of violence or issues, and you do call the police, they are going to have some support if you identify that you believe that the individual or individuals are suffering from mental illness. And then there's, I know, Thrive and Well, I don't know what the numbers are, but there are some particular numbers that you can call when you see somebody who is in distress, so that they can get the immediate and emergency help that they need, and we'll make sure that you have that information. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to share about that.
No, I don't, but I will say connected to the mental health issue. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's from being tired. So what is happening right now as we speak, my phone was vibrating. We have 2 females in the hospital, gunshot victims, right now. And so my team often responds. We have a contract at Harlem Hospital, and lately, particularly during the pandemic, the amount of responses have increased. The behavior, the violent behavior that we're seeing family member amongst family member has increased. The violence towards people who are gay, lesbian, or transgender has upticked. And I know people really want to say violence is down. I'm not sure what they're really looking at. I know what we're responding to in the middle of the night. Sometimes my team may go home at like 7 and I say everybody's on call, and they may have to come back 3 times. You know this, Shatik, from Community Board 10, you know that. The team responds maybe 3 times after they go home. And a lot of this shooting and stabbing and brutal beatings is like we've never seen before. So I just want to say, I know that it is connected to the mental health of our young people and what's happening in our community. The last thing I want to say, or the next thing, is that about 3 or 4 weeks ago, my team responded, and I couldn't believe it, to a man who had shot his daughter and his son. Either shot him or stabbed him. But that's crazy. That's mental health. That's a mental health condition when you can hurt your children like that, right? So we need help. And Sheena, I'm so glad that David is leading our school system, because I'm feeling like we're on the right track. We are having social workers come into public schools, that young people will not be made to be wrong if they have to go see that person, right? And then we need, and it's just my thinking, that when we're on the street, we have a mobile unit, and this mobile unit moves around often with our counselor, but I'm gonna put in my little 2 cents for more support around counselors. We need it, because when we respond to the hospital, we should have like a counselor, not that they see the next day, and we're working on it with some of the universities around here, but we need somebody that talks to them right then. And I'm just gonna tell you that if people saw how violence really looks, what it really damn look like, you would be doing something different right now. Okay, about 2 weeks ago, the mother lost her son. It was more than 2 weeks, maybe a month ago. Her son, he was 14, he was shot in the head. When he got there, I was there. and his brains were hanging out of his head. I know you don't want to hear that, but the good thing is you don't have to see it. And his tongue, because of the weight or the impact of the bullet, pushed his entire tongue out of his mouth. The mother didn't know her son was considered brain dead. And I said, I don't want to stay here to myself. It's not really, I have a team that responds, but the hospital will call me when it's like, the mother is like, Aisha, you got to come and talk and be here with this mother. And I went, and we had to wait for the mother to show up. But what is it that makes another kid shoot another young person in the head to create that ugly scene situation? He lost life. I stayed until they pulled every plug and the family said prayers. But gun violence is very, very ugly. Like, you don't even want to know. So we have to do in our last moment of whatever we say right now, I want you to do whatever you can. And if you're not sure what to do, you can call me. Okay, and there's always a part for you, not just in my organization. You can do what you do where you are, right? And we'll come and help and support you. So I want that to be clear, that we're here to help. We want to support. And if you want to come and do what we do with us, then you're welcome to. But we have to do everything we can to save lives and to deal with this mental health issue.
Yes, amen. All right, I think we are at time, but I want to thank you all so much for your expertise, your time, your commitment, and I think just to answer the call, this is your life's work, and we appreciate you for it, and so all of us who are here, gathered, and digitally, will continue to put our shoulders to the plow so that we can get to what we need and where we want to be in this city and beyond. Thank you. Oh, don't tap it. Oh, he doesn't like that. I'm sorry. Good evening. It's now evening, and I think we are here at the final moment, and we are really excited to hear from Dr. Glenn Hunter. Okay, well, I'm giving him his honors anyway. He is the co-executive director and co-founder of the Harlem Cultural Archives. He's a career educator with specializations in math and information technology, as well as being an adjunct lecturer at Baruch and a tireless community organizer and advocate. And Glenn is going to really come and really summarize today what we've learned from the report from the past, what we've heard from the panelists today, and how we can use this really as a charge forward. So thank you so much, Glenn, and welcome to the mic.
Thank you very much. Not sure why they asked me to do this, maybe because I'm one of the oldest people here. That's okay. I grew up 2 blocks from here on 35th Street and Madison Avenue. Born and raised, never really left Harlem. It's the place I love. So when I heard about this conversation, when Pauline called me, I was like, would you like to be involved? Of course I would. I'm very much interested in Harlem history. A lot of the work we do is talking about the accomplishments and the achievements and contributions of Harlem, but this kind of information is definitely needs to be memorialized and spread out and told. The story needs to be told. So when I heard about this report in 1936, quite honestly, I had never heard about it. So as a historian of Harlem, I was very interested. And when I was asked to be on the panel, I said, well, the first person I thought about was Dr. Roscoe Brown, good friend of mine. He said, well, Glenn, any panel, what can you learn from it? Well, I can tell you, I learned a hell of a lot today, okay? I learned a lot. I taught at-risk students in the Board of Ed for 26 years. And so being in front of students is easy. Being in front of my peers is not as easy, but it's welcome. I'm glad to be here. That's all I can say. Thank you for inviting me, Pauline. And this work you've done, I can't tell you. Each panel by itself could have been a day-long conversation. The fact that she was able to incorporate these wonderful experts and authorities and intellects in their field and to actually, frame the issue effectively and present the key points of it is amazing. And I just want to give Pauline, please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. And if I leave anything out, it's not because it wasn't important, it's just some of the things that I thought were critical to point out. Starting from the very first panel, when they talked about the actual report, they introduced the report and how the black press was the only ones that made a big deal of it, like the Amsterdam News, And again, why did it come about? It came about as a result of a riot, quote unquote, okay? Something bad had to happen in order for these issues to be brought to light, okay? Otherwise, they would continue, they're continuing to go on, but actually being brought to light, it was caused by something not so good, unfortunately. So they talked about, employment, poverty, health, civic engagement, economic inequity, how the investments in the community were not the same as other communities, how the business community didn't invest in the community, okay, to help with the buying power. I don't know the economic formulas, but it's a cycle. I think it's $1 should go like 5 times before it gets out of the neighborhood. Too many times, the dollar that's spent in our neighborhood just goes, and it's not reinvested. So that was one of the things, just from an economic standpoint, that I thought was important. And again, this whole idea of the way of life. What's the total person? Let's look at this holistically. What is a person in my community? How do they feel about themselves? What's, like they say, how you living, right? So that's the question that this act of this unfortunate incident caused a bunch of people to take interest. Now, interestingly enough, two of my friends, their grandfather, Dr. Delaney, actually walked the streets with Mayor LaGuardia. I didn't know that until I mentioned it to them, and it's like, wow, somebody that actually knew was there when it was all going down and was right on point to try to help, and that's great, and that's really the definition of a community activist. Again, human priorities, that sort of thing came out. What I came out from the first panel, and again, I'm just summarizing. I don't want to reiterate too much of what they said. When it got to Lloyd Williams's panel, I know Lloyd a long time. He said Harlem is a state of mind. Economic development. Once again, all of these different components of life and how they're interrelated, was actually quantified. All the actual pieces talked about by people who are authorities on this, who've been doing this a long time. This is what they do. They know that access to capital and strong businesses and a strong tax base, those sort of things are essential for a strong community, okay? In addition to the policies in place in the community. Economic development. We see a lot of development going on right now. I sit on 135th Street where I live, and I'm looking in the Bronx. And I used to remember the Bronx from 20 years ago. You look at the Bronx, and it was like, okay, that's the Bronx. Now I see like 6 new sky scrapers going up. So I was like, whoa, this is new, and it's happening right in my backyard. So the whole idea of economic development, not just building, but like I say, investing in the community, not just for the sake of having a fancy luxury building, but more importantly, the affordable housing piece is critical. Now, I grew up in the Riverton houses. In a rent-stabilized apartment. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment today. Okay, so my wife's always talking about, well, where are the young people going to live? There's no place to live that they can afford. So again, the whole idea of investing in the community is multi-tiered, and it was so nice to hear the folks talk about the different aspects of economic development and quantifying it. I'm a math teacher for like I said, 26 years. So give me the numbers, what is ours compared to someone else's quantitatively, okay? So that's real to me, and it impacts everybody, and not just from a dollars and cents standpoint, from, like I say, human capital. I remember, I think it was one of the previous chancellors talked about human capital. He actually talked about the value of, prioritizing the whole person, the person as a whole. So again, this particular event caused people to look at not at the people in my neighborhood from every particular aspect of their lives and be able to actually dig into it and come up with some actual real, well, first identifying the problem, but coming up with some, actual solutions that hopefully can be, what can I say, the progress can be measured and monitored, okay? It's, a lot of nice buzzwords, we need to invest in this, we need to do this and this, but okay, but how are you gonna do it? How are you gonna measure it? How are you gonna find out if this way is not working and this way, and scrap that, let's try something else? These are the type of things you have to look at sort of scientifically. So that was something that I got out of that panel. The housing and land use was very interesting to me because I've always talked about how important it is, how you feel about, how where you live has an impact on how you feel about yourself. So, looking at the housing policies that were in place, and some places are still in place, has a direct impact on that whole person, that how they live in. They talked about pollution. They talked about social and economic mobility. That was one of the things I circled at the bottom. of my page. Again, some of the things that I really wasn't knowledgeable about was this whole idea of community land trusts. This is something new to me, and it's going to send me back to the library because I'm going to find out more about this, because this is how people who had no other choice but to come together and work together and try to figure it out on their own, how we're going to get out of this mess, because no one else is going to do it for us. So that's something I kind of got out of it. And the whole idea, you know, we all know about redlining, and we all know about the systems in place, but more importantly, how people fought back, how they actually came together. And I think that carries through all of these panels. You know, it's talking about real collaboration. You know, they talk about in a community, talking to different people. I was fortunate to grow up in an environment where there were a lot of mentors. Okay, if I wanted to go to medical school, I had someone who could, you know, tell me how it's done, because he's a doctor. You know, there's someone else who worked for the IRS. You know, I don't know why I picked that one, but you know, he said if you want to go become an auditor or an accountant, you can do this. And I was very, very, very fortunate to have these people within arm's reach of me. Right, so that sort of that I was very fortunate, but also that's something that a lot of our young people, a lot of our adults don't have that built into the community, unfortunately. So often, because so many people are trying to take care of themselves, they really don't have the luxury to take care of themselves and bring somebody along. So I think where you live and how you live has a lot to do with how you feel about yourself and how it's going to help you do better in life. And again, I'm sorry, it's hard for me to read my own handwriting. I'm sorry. This whole, and this again, this idea of the mutual aid society. This is something that's going to send me back to the library, because I really want to learn more about it. And as a historian by accident, these are the types of things I want to hear about that happened, you know, in Harlem and helped people. It had an actual direct impact on their lives. Trying to stay positive on most of this, what we're talking about here. On the education and recreation panel, that was something near and dear to my heart. The whole activism and this concept of mother work was something that really got my attention, because my mother was a school librarian by career, and my aunt was a teacher, and I knew a lot of people who were educators as well. But the piece about the schools is the first place where we're exposed to racism really kind of hit me in the head. I was like, wow, you know, that's right. Even if it's, you know, overt or covert, it is, it's real. And, you know, the amount of money invested per student in our neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods, it's really not even close in some areas. That was one of my favorite subjects when I went to school. I'm a City College graduate, and I'm a product of the public school system. When I took a class in school finance, and we were talking about the different ways that, you know, schools in the suburbs and schools in the city, where the money comes from and how much is spent per student. And I heard about some of the parents' associations that, you know, pool their money together to get the things that are not available to the schools, that they just supplement. They just said, okay, we'll take care of it. Interestingly, one of the things, I'm on the Harlem Council of Elders. One of our charges is to make folks aware and try to find the money for schools in Harlem that do not have librarians or media specialists. Like 70, 80% do not have a librarian. Okay, so you can have all the books in the world, but if you don't know how to use a library, and it impacts the kids and, you know, on their academic success, because I teach in the college. I've been teaching at CUNY since 1995, and looking at how certain students come in and know how to do research as opposed to ones who really need you to show them how to do it. A lot of that could be done through the librarians in their own schools, starting from elementary school, going through high school. Like I said, my mother was a librarian, so there was not a chance where we couldn't get a book. My mother said, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's not an excuse. No, let me call somebody. We'll get that book for you. So again, I was blessed to be able to have that at my fingertips. Also talking about black women educators who were critical in the education of the people in my neighborhood and Harlem as well. Interestingly enough, we hosted a 75th anniversary for the Riverton, and one of the pillars that we honored were the teachers, okay, who actually lived in the development, who knew us, whose kids we played with, and the fact that they were just one of the mainstays of the neighborhood says a lot to even what Lloyd said about being teachers and educators, how important they are. Again, it was a network of teachers that we had there that were at our reach, and again, we were blessed to have that, and that's not enough of that in our community. I go across the street and where I lived, and those kids didn't have the same access that we had. Again, they talked about this was an issue going back to W.B. Du Bois back in the 1900s. I mean, the education is so important that you just can't say it enough. Access to good schools is critical, and it gives us an opportunity to listen to students. I taught at-risk students and students with disabilities for my entire career, and I used to run group sessions, and I learned a lot from my students. I really did, and what they say about listening to them and seeing how they feel. One of the things that was asked about with the young people, I was talking to one of the panelists. He said, the young people know that there's a need for them to get some mental health support as well. The fact that they know that at their age should say something to us. They say, hey, look, I need to talk to somebody about this. I don't have an answer. So again, addressing the whole individual is something that, again, was cascading throughout all of those panels. And I was just nodding. I was like, wow, it's in this panel, it's in this one, which moves me into the healthcare and environment. Your living conditions. Okay, if you have rats and all sorts of insects and stuff, animals scurrying around your apartment or in the hallway, that's not, it's a health hazard. It also doesn't make you feel too good. I say, why am I living in squalor? How does that make me feel about myself? It does have an effect on you over a long period of time. My wife always wants to change this and move this around, and she gets mad when I say, well, the mirror's fine over there. I mean, this is not affecting me at all. She said, but it bothers me, I'm just making light of it. But your environment has a lot to do with how you feel. You walk out into the hallway, if you see a nice hallway, that's clean, on your way out to work and on your way into the house, you feel one way. But if you go out and you see crap, you see, people who are not doing so well, littered, sitting there or sleeping there, you feel another way. So again, that's going to have an impact on your psyche. Interestingly enough, they talked about trying to attract good doctors, and in addition, discriminatory practices in the medical staff. Well, that's close to home for me because my brother is a physician, and my daughter is currently going through her residency in Montefiore Hospital, and the discrimination is still there. They call her by the wrong name. Daddy, they call me by this other black girl's name. I'm saying, sweetheart, that's not new. I actually spoke to Dr. Barrett, and she told me to tell her she's not alone. That made me feel pretty good because it's not new, but it's unfortunate it's still happening, even at the doctor level. My nephew said, Uncle G, the more bona fides you have, the more pushback you're going to get. You're going to get, you become a PhD and a doctor and a lawyer and a CPA, it's going to be a little obstacle course, more so than maybe someone with less education or less credentials. Once again, the whole idea of collaborating and the fact that the reimbursement for services depends on your zip code. My brother told me a story. He had a friend who worked in a hospital, and he had a private practice, and the healthcare guy came and was yelling at him because he was submitting claims from a zip code that had a higher tax base, so he was getting reimbursed more. And when the healthcare people found out, well, this is where you do most of your work, we wouldn't pay you as much if we knew this was where you lived. It was just outright. It was just like, well, your zip code has a lot to do with how much money we're going to reimburse you as a primary care physician. So, that's just, well, the numbers are the numbers. They started talking more and more about health care. I think I mentioned that. Living conditions, overcrowding, disease, prevention, and the prevalence of disease. I mean, there were certain neighborhoods where I think it was asthma was more prevalent because they were built on certain, previous, what was there before was maybe dumps or chemical waste plants or things like that. And there was more prevalence of illnesses there. It had nothing to do with the parents taking care of their children. It was just where they lived and the environment. So that's what I, paid a lot of attention to. In addition to the healthcare, we talked about having doctors that look like us. My daughter was in Philadelphia doing her first year of internship, and the head of security came to us and said, Dr. Hunter, anytime we have a prison issue, we're going to bring them to you, because you seem to be the only one that's able to talk to these people, and not talk down to them, okay? You're going to talk to them and give them health care and say, look, you either deal with me, and I'm going to try and take care of you and fix you up so you can leave, or these guys are just going to shackle you, okay? Which gets into the whole thing of the policing and how they handle, these issues, all right? Police are not equipped to handle some of these social problems. And some of these social problems, there's a prevalence of mental health issues that are going unaddressed. And until they're able to really get a handle on how to deal with that, which they're finally starting to acknowledge mental health as a condition that needs specialized care. I think once the whole idea of the policing, which is part of our environment, which is a very significant part of our environment, I think it was I can't remember who she was. She was Obama's President Obama's I forgot what cabinet position she had, but she said the majority of their mental health findings are in the prisons. That's where they're getting most of their serious findings that are clinically significant, because obviously there's a correlation between incarceration and breaking the law and your mental health state of mind. So getting back to the whole idea of social justice and public safety, of course poverty has a lot to do with our conditions. Equal access to prosperity was a term I heard. And the fact that since the police are so much of a presence there and we have to coexist with them, there needs to be someone that's able to make sure they're protecting and serving as is supposed, that's what their job is, I think, okay? So this whole idea of a civilian complaint review board, I remember when they first started talking about that. Again, I'm dating myself, but the fact that, you guys work for us, okay? You're here to protect us. We pay your salaries, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, let's let's sit down and figure out how we can help each other out, okay? So with regard to some of the things that they spoke about in the last panel, I know they talked about economic opportunities. I know Aisha for a long time. They talk about listening to our kids, and not just that. A couple of other gentlemen talked about economic opportunities. I'm currently working with my former high school that I retired from. In the spring semester, we're going to try to make it so that in the afternoon, they go out, all like about 50 or 60 Cs are going to go out into the workforce and actually get some real life experiences. And not just that, make some connections. Maybe get someone to take them under their wing. I had a friend who I sent some kids to the Department of Human Rights. There's lawyers from different schools there, and they can make a connection and actually really see, what it's like to be in a workplace and, to have a job and to be productive and to have a path that is not just limited to what you see in your neighborhood. You actually see other people who actually came out of maybe from your neighborhood and have done well, and you say, hey, I can do that too. Like I said, fortunately, I'm a City College graduate, and I worked for City University since 1995. And one thing I could say, CUNY has a great record of what's social mobility, okay? Social mobility is moving from one economic level to the other, and they outperform most of the colleges out there when it comes to social mobility, all right? So I think that in the combination with them being able to see other people, on a regular basis, which is what I'm hoping for in my internship program, will get them to say, all right, well, my people say, I want to go to college, but, well, do you have any idea what you want to do? Here's an opportunity to meet some people. Even if you don't like what you see here, they may put you in touch with someone else. I mean, you're going to build your network. So I think that's something that making an investment in our young people can bear rewards and bear some good things in the future. Sorry for stuttering. I should be used to talking in front of a group, but I hope I didn't insult anybody by leaving things out. But these are some of the things that I'm going to synthesize, Pauline, and maybe send you a document of what I saw. But thank you guys for hanging in there. I think this is a wonderful thing. Thank you for having me.
So much. Thank you so much, Glenn. Thank you so much. And again, let's do another round of applause for Commissioner Toole. This has been fantastic, and I'm gonna close us out with some just very, very, very brief remarks. 1936, Harlem. It's a microcosm, right, for people, Black people all over the country, all over the world, Black, indigenous people of color, and the experiences that they've had. I read a book by James Weldon Johnson. In 1933, he wrote a book called The Making of Black Manhattan, where he talked about how Black people came from the diaspora, where they came from South America, Central America, the Caribbean, the South, and they made this incredible, beautiful, rich community called Harlem. And in the book, he said, there will come a time when the Negro will no longer be able to hold on to Harlem. He said the question will be, it will be because the land value will have increased so much and the business interests will have increased so much that they will be forced to make a move. The question, he said, will be, will they have moved with a return on their investment because they own their homes and they own their businesses? Or will they be forced to move with their utensils in their hands? What he didn't know in 1933 was all the things that we've talked about all day: the redlining, the disinvestment in education, the discrimination in employment, the environmental racism, on and on and on and on. That brings us to today. The question for us, because we're all descendants of that era and that time, every one of us who are sitting here and listening, the question will be, what will history write about us? 85, 86 years from now, what will history say about what we did and what we were able to do in terms of making sure that there was social justice and equity for people of color here in the city of New York? So that is the question. We had a wonderful day of recommendations and suggestions of things that are happening right now to carry forward, and it's on us to figure out what we do. It is a shared responsibility. It certainly is one that this administration, the Eric Adams administration, takes very seriously. And I would endeavor that 85, 86 years from now, that history will say that we moved the needle in significant and meaningful ways. And so thank you all for your contribution today and contribution as we move forward. And thank you again, Commissioner Toole.
I'm gonna go off comm and do it all. Bye.